پهلوی رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما در این گذار رنج و درد و آه بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو به نام شاه به نام پهلوی وطن شود دوباره می نوی شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه به نام شاه همه صدا شویم برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the
ما شاه میخوایم ما بیچاره این شاه کشتنش حلاله کجای قرآن گفته
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده 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 خیابونا واسه ماست مزدورا همه شدن آسپاس این روزا جهنم حاک ماست کارتون تمومه اینجا خاک ماست سر ما رو میبریم این بار بمونین جلومون میکشیمه اگه مردمو بزنی با تیرت بدون با خونه تو زیر پا بیشوریمه ایرانی غیرت و احساس داره جلوش واسی قصاص داره تو دل سه پهلوی و شاه داره واسه بسیجی همین فشار داره همه جا بو اتحاده مردم یکیان یکی اعتقاده اونا شاهشونو میخوان نمیذاریم میبیسیده بکنی سو استفاده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده 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 ما رو اکی میترسونیم جنازتو میگردونیم تو شهر و روستا میچرخونیم دونه دونتون رو میفهمونیم آزادی به ما نزدیکه نگاه چپ کنی ما رو یه تحریکه صورت واسه ما میشه معنی که یا با ما یکی میشی یا که تدیگه همه پشت شاهیم میبینی داریم پشت کاری که واقعیه نه یه رشد واهی یه مشت آنی زیر هشه ایران پشت شاهیم اینجا خاک ایران ما 40 اندی سال دست بیگانه ها ایران ما ایمان ما میراث ما سالا ایرانی میسازه ایرانو باز این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood, and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several thousand dollars, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation.
این آخرین
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته ایم قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. روبروم یه واژه یه هدف به نام انتقامه، پشت سرم دعای مادر و تو دستم تفنگ بابامه. رو زبونم اسم شاه بگین عشق بی انتهاست، هر جا اسم ایران اومد اونجا صدای بچه رضاست. فردا می نویسن تو کتاب قصه دیمار، بگو با تیر جنگی کشتن بچه های بیگناه رو. بگو از بخت مادرها چیر زنا و دخترامون، بگو تنها شهید شدیم تا تنها نمونه شامون. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه. وقتی واسه غم نی گرچه قصه هامون کم نیست، همه خسته این قبولم ما فرصتی واسه ماتم نیست. روشن میشه فردا خورشید سرزمین ما، سرم باز و سینه سپر بلند میگم جاوید شاه.
Let me tell you a story about a lion that came from the mountains. These mountains right behind you. Our lion, the lion of freedom, can only roam free and strong. But one day, some 47 years ago, liberal socialists had a different plans. Free healthcare and free speech was not good enough for them. The same lie you can see today in New York. They wanted everything for free, believing a bloodthirsty vulture is better than a majestic lion. The vulture placed his claws on the Quran, swearing he was God sent. Both liberal socialists and religion fanatics joined forces, believed he's the Messiah. The vulture promised them prosperity, but instead took their dignity, stole all their resources to sponsor terror, and disconnected them from the world, living our nation poor, isolated, and thirsty for water. But now our lion is back, and he's bringing help with him. While history repeats itself in New York and Minnesota, we gathered here today to turn the page on history and claim our lion back. Yeah, Azadi Square, let me see you make some noise. We came here to make history tonight. Azadi standing tall, we breaking down the walls. Everybody jumping now, answering the call. Look where we are right now, making history in my hometown. Screaming loud, let me hear the sound. Put your hands up and watch the world go round. Tehran, stand up, make some noise right now. We came here to rock the spot. This is Azadi, yeah, we made it to the stage. Put your hands up, let them feel the rage. Tehran, show me what you got. Inflation, inflation just we said an excuse, we came to uproot it. Breaking the chains, say it with me louder, till the oppression ends today. Azadi's underground sound, breaking through the silence. We ignite the streets, turn the stage into a riot. This is our moment now, feel the power rising. We end oppression now. Santa brought a New Year's gift from Jerusalem, wrapped up with a cherry gift from Washington. Shout out to Lion Elon Musk for the internet saving the people. Shout out to the Zionizer turning lionizer today. We love you, man. Shout out to Tommy, he's in the house. Shout out to Armin Navabi, the fighter of truth. Shout out to Nas Daily for upgrading our skills. Shout out to Erica LeBon, the brave lioness, standing brave and beautiful. We love you, Erica. Shout out to Goldie Gamari, the lioness, golden heart of our nation. Welcome home. Also, Amjad Taha is in the house, the man who fears nothing but God and the truth. Shout out to Emily Schrader, never giving up on us. Now internet is back in the house. Let's block Bushra Sheikh and BBC, because you know what they stand for. Put your hearts together for the return of the lion, the Shah of Iran. The future is ours. Together we rise, reaching for the stars.
سید سلام، چطوری مرد کلی کتلت شدین دایی بدون مدرک. سلام بسیجی قهرمان رفتی پیش توسی با پنیر و یه نون سنگک. سلام به محفل قرآنیتون، سلام به مدیرای بحرانیتون، سلام به حاجی اکبر و طوله هاش و خارج و رفقای ارگانیتون، سلام به دزدای پول ملت که تش میفتین توی تور ملت. سلام به همه شما کرکسایی که دارین نونتون رو میزنین تو خون ملت تا که تش زیر دست و پاک و تک بخورین. حالا هی به یه بادکنک بدوین. سلام آخر تو زندان باشه وقتی قرار به این آب خنک بخورین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. اینو بگذاریم به خاک میرسیم، تجزیه طلبی که به خاک بیرسیم. ایران مردمش وطن پرستن، از کرد تا بلوچ بری به فاک میرسی. توف به هر چی مرسی است، توف به هر کی در پی تجزیه است، توف به لوی و همونی که شیفته ی گل ملیگرا تو وطن خدا نسلی هست. سر کردستان همه برپا شدن، بلوچستان فدای مهسا شدن. شم واحد که شیر و خورشید ما بقی جعلیا تنها شدن. شادی باشه واسه همه در میهن، کور بشه چه شهرچی اهریمن. رخه رو بگی تا اون 6 کلاس سواد و خبرگان و مجد سری ترجیحن. شبهای عروس و دامادی باشه، برن سلامتی نوش کنن آبادی باشه. لحظت کجاست میدون شهیاده به سمت اتوبان آزادی باشه. سلام به نسل ندید پدیدا، نبودیم ندیدیم قدیمتی ما. شاه بود تو شادی کل میزدین، حالا شاه بر میگرده پیک میزنین. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا. مرگ بر ملا متولی ننگ در دنیا، ننگ بر دوتا مجاهد چپی بعد از ملا.
خوشگلی با نایده بود اسم این عشقاین رو توش بیاریم ولی خب لازم بود دیگه فکر کنم با نایده روحت شاد.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic GIRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Khamenei regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. We got Crown Prince, hear his name. There's a Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we wanna see. Breathe life for PB, let him stand. USA's where you're hand in hand. Strength agrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong. broken streets to freedom strong. The new dawn comes when red Mr. Tron.
آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده حق به حق دار میخنده اینا 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 تو خیابون رکبار و شلیکه آینده این جانی ها تاریکه فقط برای حقمون خواستیم داد بزنیم نمیذاریم این که شروع به فنا بدیم اینترنت و برق و آب رو قطع کردن توی دل تاریکی جنایت کردن چراغا رو خاموش کردن که خون بریزن مال دیگه از این خوندا گریزن ایران بی پادشاه بی قانونه دنیای ما از این درد و غرق خونه تا پادشاه برگرده این کشور بیماره ایران بی پهلی همیشه گرفتاره خامنه‌ای گم شو از این خاک ما حکومت اسلامی برو از پاک ما حکومتی که بیگانه و بدذاته توی خاک ما نیست وقت مجازاته تا شاه پهلوی برگرده به ایران شما تروریست و قاتل و دزدید گلوی ملت رو با بیرحمی میجوزید با خون ما این کشور رو دزدیدید از خشم این ملت مگه نترسیدید ما یه زندگی ساده و آزاد میخوایم صبح بدون ترس و فریاد میخوایم دوباره بیگان و مستی و لبخند بدون سانسور و زور و این بند خورشید و شیر دوباره تابان میشه پرچم واقعی توی جهان میشه ایران دوباره پارس و پر روره تا این شب تار نزدیک نوره مردم ایران و دامه بدین راه رو برای شاه باز کنین این ویروس رژیم رو پاک کنین جا بدیم به عصر طلای ایران روی پا میمیریم نه روی زانو آزادی حقمونه اینو میدونیم تا آخر میجنگیم بدون ترس ایران آزاد نزدیک میبینیم این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده صدای ایران بلنده پهلوی برمیگرده با بازگشت شاه ایران بهش میشه تقدیر ما از نو نوشته میشه عدالت و افتخار زنده میشه دشمن ایران شرمنده میشه برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو هم شهری شاه رضا پهلوی نظام رسیده پرتگاه بلند بگو جاوید شاه برگشت شاه به میهن دوای درد وطن این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده داره میاد پهلوی زجه بزن صدایی راه نجات وطن پهلوی هموطن ایران میشه گلستان شاه که بیاد به ایران ایران که شاه نداره حساب کتاب نداره آخون باید گم بشه توپ تانک فشفشه گم شو بیرون اجنبی داره میاد پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه شعار هر وطن
To all of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The State of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما تاریخ ما ترسیده گر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شهنگاه تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا چین ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بحر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بربالین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشور و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانی ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش شد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس در ایران زداید نشان بدی بر افروزدان پره ایزدی سپروان کند بزم ناپاک را کند بارور از هنر خاک را هنر دانش و رامش و شادیت هماهنگی و صلح و آزادیت چو ایران نباشد من مباد یکی کو بر زنده تر نباد.
Well, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, patriots, wherever you are. This is Iran Revolution Live, day 32, with your hosts. Of course, Armin Navabi, he's not here, but he'll be back in a little bit. And of course, little old me, Goldie Gamari. Always great to see you guys, and thank you for being here for part 2. Let me just change the banner here. There we go. There's a banner that I want, and there we go. So, actually have a lot of interesting information and news coming out right now. So I think we're going to start off with Mahyar Tusi. So for those of you who were with us last night during our live stream, Armin and I, we aired that garbage propaganda interview by CNN, remember? And Armin and I broke it down and basically explained how it's garbage. And CNN is just promoting Islamic regime propaganda. And apparently Tusi went off. Mahyar Tusi went off. So he posted a video. So I figured we will watch it together. And then I do have a little bit of a quick update from Senator Lindsey Graham as well. Another video that he put out, which I find really, really funny. But here we go. This is Mahyar Tusi. So let's pay attention to this. Armin and I already explained this for you yesterday, but this is very common for CNN. So let's tune into Mahyar Tusi here.
Or as we call them these days, the IRGC-CNN. CNN, or as we call them these days, the IRGC-CNN, are competing with the BBC to become the main propaganda mouthpiece for the Islamic Republic of Iran. This is peak liberal media. It's stupid, it's dangerous, and self-destructive. Now, I'm going to show you a clip here because CNN decided to send a whole team of journalists, reporters, camera people to Tehran in the middle of the civil war as tensions continue to escalate between the US and the Islamic occupation of Iran for a direct conflict, literally a war. Somehow the Islamic regime of Iran, who don't trust Americans and they don't let them in, and the American establishment, somehow they said, CNN, yeah, you guys are allowed to come. Of course, do journalism. This is supposed to be journalism. It's a bit of a problem here. Let's watch this together and I'm going to explain why.
Iran's leadership is sending a very strong and defiant message to the United States and specifically, of course, to the Trump administration. You could see it here on this gigantic poster on Revolution Square in central Tehran. The message on this massive poster is, if you sow the wind, you will reap the whirlwind. Obviously meaning if the United States attacks Iran, Iran will retaliate in...
Hang on. Couple of points. This segment, by the way, there's a full version you can also watch anyway on CNN. It's not journalism. It's literally a static propaganda piece. He's there at the so-called Revolution Square in front of the IRGC propaganda billboard, not only promoting the billboard, but saying the Iranian leadership, Iran. No, you idiot. Iran is under the Islamic occupation. The Islamic Republic is not Iran, and the IRGC are not Iranians. Anyway, let's continue.
A massive way, which could, of course, lead to a major military confrontation between the United States and Iran. And that's also something that's on the minds of many of the people that we've been speaking to here as well.
Oh,
I'm not sure what to say. I think they're all collaborating with one another against the interest of the Iranian people.
I don't think Trump dares to attack. He's more bluffing.
All this, of course, comes as President Trump weighs his options on what to do next.
Okay, so that's quite interesting. For those who are familiar with Iran, the occupied Iran, about 5% of the population are the Islamic occupiers. Now, Iran is a huge country, about 90 million, over 90 million people. Now, 5% out of that is still a few million, right? But they are primarily in certain bits, including what we call the Revolution Square, which is not far from the IRGC bases. Somehow, this neutral and impartial journalism only managed to find the supporters of the regime. And only the one-sided attacks against the president and the United States presented to you by the US media outlet CNN. Again, that's why we call them the IRGC-CNN. Let's continue.
The US has pulled together a substantial military force here in this region, but the Iranians also say they've replenished their stockpiles of ballistic missiles and are ready to hit back hard anytime. Now, of course, all this comes in the wake of those large protests that happened here in Iran in the early part of January. And when you're out...
Calm down, dear. Calm down. Again, he said Iranians. It's not Iranians. It's the Islamic occupation forces. He'd just been a parrot and repeating what they are claiming. He should say the Islamic Republic claim to now have all the ballistic missiles and everything else. He's not saying that. He's saying the Iranians have them ready to attack, right? And then he also said, oh, yeah, this is happening after the recent protests. Because, you know, economic hardship, economic protests. Darling, there were no protests in Iran. There was an uprising against the Islamic occupation regime because people want regime change. People want their country back. They want Iran to return. They want their king back, Reza Pahlavi. But, of course, CNN is not going to tell you the truth. Now, there's been some reaction to this as well. Kevin Mehrabi says, absolutely shameful coverage by CNN. They did exactly as the regime wanted, omitting the massacre in Iran, making it seem like the people are aligned with the regime. Yep. Clearly, the regime had to approve the story in exchange for them to have access, obviously. Now, we also had this person saying he would not have been allowed to broadcast if he didn't collaborate with the regime, just like we saw in Gaza. All mainstream media are Iranian mouthpieces, although it's the IRGC mouthpieces. CNN, Democrats, Obama, Biden. They're all doing the same thing as in the past 15 years. I would technically correct this statement, the last 47 years. Jimmy Carter started this nonsense. The Democrats in the United States at this point, and I confirm, are not just the enemy to America. They're not just the enemy of the freedom-loving Iranian people. They're not just the enemy of the Jewish nation. They are the enemy of humanity. Now, another person said, that's embarrassing journalism. Getting distracted by regime billboards while real people are dying, it's not reporting, it's tourism. That's literally tourism. What you just saw was not just a propaganda piece, it was advertisement for the Islamic regime. Fascinating, right? Just look at this nice Revolution Square. Look at the people. They're talking to us, and they're all on the same page somehow. They all hate President Trump. They all hate the United States. And we as CNN are not even challenging that. They can say whatever they want. Reporting from authoritarian countries without mentioning the government's active violence is just PR with extra steps. This is embarrassing for CNN. Again, I'm going to have to correct that statement. There's a mistake here. It's not embarrassing for CNN. This is embarrassing for the IRGC-NN. That is the truth.
Yeah, so Tusi's pissed. Tusi's pissed. I mean, then again, Armin and I, we were pretty upset last night as well. But I mean, yeah, like that's no different than going to like North Korea and doing, you know, a fluff piece about how North Korea is amazing. It's the exact same thing. So very, very shameful for CNN to do that. But thankfully, the American administration see beyond that, right? So this was another interesting. This was also something really interesting that Lindsey Graham put out. Oh, someone's saying, yeah, 100% communist news network. Yeah, 100%. Like I'm done with CNN. That was so incredibly shameful for them to do that.
He's told this regime, it's time for a change. Quit killing your people. They're continuing to kill their people. He told the protesters, keep protesting. That's his Ronald Reagan moment. Help is on the way. I believe him. So if you're in the 72 virgin business, I think business is going to be good if the Ayatollah keeps this up. The people.
Can I just say how funny that is? Like, that is one of the funniest lines I've ever heard anyone say. For Senator Lindsey Graham, if you're in the 72 virgin business, business is going to be good. Like, if a politician in Canada said that, they would be immediately canceled, right? But that's so funny. Armin's going to love this clip.
72 virgin business, I think, is on the way. I believe him. So if you're in the 72 virgin business, I think business is going to be good if the Ayatollah keeps this up. The people of Iran could be our friend, but the Ayatollah will never be our friend.
Oh, I love that. You know what? He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right. The people of Iran, not could, the people of Iran will be some of the best friends that Americans ever have, because we've always been your friends. And we both hate the Ayatollahs. So, oh my gosh, Senator Lindsey Graham, he's starting to sound more and more Iranian. Like, that's something, that 72 virgin comment, that's something that you know, Iranians say in their Iranian videos, you know, the ones that that Armin translates for you when I'm not around. That's so funny. I need to. Gosh, that's so funny. Can't believe he said that. So, oh my gosh. I swear to God, American politics is so much better than Canadian politics these days. I'm not even gonna, I can't even, like, it's not even comparable there. Oh, gosh. Okay. Let me go to some news. Guys, I'm still getting a lot more emails. So guys, don't forget, if you want to know where to go for rallies and demonstrations, this is the website. HTTPS. Let me put it up for you guys. I'm not going to go over all of them again because we just went over them. But if you go to the Iran, if you go to that URL, tinyurl.com/Iran rally, you'll see all of the posters are here. And so, you know, if I want to go through the cities really quickly, Aalborg, Adelaide, Atlanta, Auckland, Austin, Barcelona, Belfast, Bergen, Berlin, Boston, Brisbane, Brussels, Calgary, Cambridge, Charlottetown, Dallas, Denver, Dusseldorf, Edmonton, Frankfurt, Glasgow, Gothenburg, Grenoble, Halifax, Hamburg, Hanover, Hartford, Helsinki, Holland, Houston, Irvine, Los Angeles, Karlsruhe, Karlstad, Klagenfurt, Linköping, Lisbon, LA, Los Gatos, Malmo, Manchester, Melbourne, Montreal, Munich, Nashville, Nuremberg, New York City, Odense, Orlando, Oslo, Ottawa, Palermo, Perth, Prince George, Rome, San Antonio, San Diego, San Francisco, Saskatoon, Sheffield, Sofia, Stavanger, Stockholm, Strasbourg, Stuttgart, Sydney, Tampa, Tempe. So one is Tampa, Florida, one's Tempe, Arizona, Tokyo, Toronto, Vaasa, Vancouver, Vienna, Village Green Park, Washington State, Wichita, Windsor, Wollongong. And I have more. I have more emails coming in. But there you go, guys. So the link is available. You can go to the website yourself. You can search and you can find all the flyers, and that shows you where there's a rally happening in in your city or wherever you are. All right, The Hague. Right, Holland is The Hague. Yes. Here, let me fix that. Okay, I'll fix it on my end after. But there you go. So all the demonstrations are there, so you guys can check that out. Where was I going to go next? Go to home. Oh, see, the problem is I can't even scroll. Oh, I also wanted to make a point of clarification. So earlier on, I misread the comment about France. I said, so I thought France was not backing the listing for the IRGC, but apparently they are. So finally, after holding out for 47 years, the government of France says it now backs listing the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the terror list. So I just responded and I was like, cool. Thanks, France. Thank you for, after 47 years, after bringing these evil jihadis to Iran on Air France. Yeah, thank you for recognizing after 47 years that you guys messed up when you, gave refuge to these evil Muslim Nazis, and then you literally flew them first class to Iran on Air France. So thanks, France. Again, not a criticism of the French people. I love the French people. Criticism of the French government and their policy. So there you go. Good job, France, for, took you 47 years, and I don't know how many countless people murdered. Love you, Goldie. I've been done with CNN since the biased coverage of October 23. May Iran be free soon. Thank you so much. Yeah, we Iranis, we've been done with CNN for a long time, but this coverage was just the icing on the cake. I mean, CNN was also given permission to go to occupied Iran during the 12-day conflict, and even then they were putting out so much garbage jihadi propaganda, and even then in the summer they made it seem as if Iranians hated Israel and they supported the Islamic regime. So we're all done with CNN. CNN piece was faked, just like Omar being attacked last night was. Javicha, I didn't hear about Omar being attacked, but I know the CNN piece for sure was a fake. I know that much for sure, 100%. Okay. So that's the one thing I wanted to share. See, the challenge is there's I don't even know if I can show my feed because there's so much rumors. And then there's also a lot of fake news, and then there's also gory stuff, right? And then these are so this is a new video coming up from Iran. New in the sense that it just came out, but this is from January 8 or 9, right when the regime shut down the internet. So everyone is just saying, this is a final battle. Pahlavi will return. And then, of course, there's President Trump's statement. See, this is what guys, I still can't get over this. This was President Trump's message on Truth Social. He posted this on June 12. literally hours before the United States flew over Islamic regime skies and destroyed the nuclear facilities of the Islamic regime. And he wrote, "We remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. They could be a great country, but they first must completely give up hopes of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter." So he posted this, and then literally hours later, the attack happened. And then here, a massive armada is, so he posted this earlier today. A massive armada is heading to Iran. It's moving quickly with great power, enthusiasm, and purpose. It is a larger fleet headed by the great aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, then that sent to Venezuela. Like with Venezuela, it is ready, willing, and able to rapidly fulfill its mission with speed and violence if necessary. Hopefully, Iran will quickly come to the table and negotiate a fair and equitable deal, no nuclear weapons, one that is good for all parties. Of course, when President Trump is saying this, what he really means is the deal that he's referring to is complete and unconditional surrender. Time is running out. It is truly of the essence. As I told Iran once before, make a deal. They didn't, and there was Operation Midnight Hammer, a major destruction of Iran. The next attack will be far worse. Don't make that happen again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Honestly, I'm just like looking forward to President Trump. Thank you for your attentioning to this matter, the Islamic regime. I don't know which the video, you'll have to tell me which one it is. Which reporter was it? Because there's a whole bunch that talk nonsense. So you have to let me know which reporter it was that said that, because I don't know who that would be. But oh. Okay, this is interesting. Seems like, guys, it seems like there was a few days where there were no news clips about Iran, and now it looks like Iran is like all over the news. Look at this.
From the Pentagon, future wars may no longer be fought solely overseas. Now, that's according to their new national defense strategy. It claims our enemies are gaining the ability to strike inside the U.S. with missiles and other advanced aerial attacks. Joining me now, retired four-star General Jack Keane. General, is the Golden Dome, the missile defense shield, now the #1 priority?
Yeah, it's right up there near the top, if not #1, certainly, and the expense associated with it would flag that as well. I mean, what's happening to us, certainly, with the technology changes that have taken place, the ocean, which was always an added barrier for us in terms of protection, that is being diminished. Listen, since the end of World War II, we've had intercontinental ballistic missiles that can carry a nuclear warhead. So that has always been a threat. And we had mutually assured destruction, what we could do to the adversary while those missiles are in flight, guaranteed that we wouldn't use them against each other. And that's proved to be a very capable deterrence. But the fact is, the hypersonic glide missiles now that China circumnavigated the globe with back in July of 21, there's cruise missiles ranges are being extended so that they can also go intercontinental. And obviously we have drone technology. We saw the Ukrainians transport drones by truck into Russia and then launch them near air bases and take down significant numbers of bomber aircraft. That could take place inside the United States. And the Pentagon is recognizing that, and they're developing a counter-drone strategy for all of our military bases in the United States and also overseas. And then the third system that's serious is China, Russia, and to a lesser degree, Iran's capability to use cyber espionage against the United States. In other words, if we were in conflict operations with China in the Pacific, they would do two things to harm us. One, likely use missiles on the west coast of the United States against us kinetically, but also cyber espionage to take down our critical infrastructure, transportation systems, finance and banking, the electric grid, all of that to attack our homeland and break the will of the people to continue the war against us in the Pacific. So yes, our strategy has to change and adapt as our adversaries and technology come into being, and of course their willingness to use that against us.
Yeah, President Trump is doubling down on his threats to Iran. In a post on Truth Social, he writes, in part, "Time's running out. It is truly of the essence. As I told Iran once before, make a deal." They didn't. And there was Operation Midnight Hammer, a major destruction of Iran. The next attack will be far worse. General, this morning, the Iranians say they are ready for dialogue, but they're ready to defend themselves if pushed. Now, if they don't make a deal and they kill their own people again in large numbers,
which
do
they
you
already
expect
are,
our president to launch an attack, a physical attack on either people or installations in Iran?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I mean, he said he was going to do it, and he's a person of his word. And, you know, I would likely think the Israelis would be involved to some extent as well. And I think that's certainly an option that is realistically on the table. I think what we're talking about here in terms of negotiations, if you look back what we did with Maduro, we put a lot of pressure on that regime, the elites around him, by pressuring and threatening the use of force against the regime. And we're doing the same thing here. You know, you have the Ayatollah, the supreme leader. He is an absolute hardliner. He doesn't want to negotiate. He wants a return to nuclear weapons, increase ballistic missiles, and absolutely increase the capabilities of the proxies that have been attacking Israel, and do that all over again. That is where he is as of today. This isn't 6 months ago or a year ago. This is today. That's where he is. However, there are moderates in that country that are not as hard-lined as him. And we're talking to some.
What? There are, see, oh my gosh, that is absolutely ridiculous. There are no moderates in the country. They're all hardliners. The only difference between the moderate and the hardliner is that the moderate will kill you behind closed doors and the moderate will kill you in public. Oh gosh, that's so stupid.
Of them. And what is that all about? That is to create a division here. And maybe there's an option here to change the regime, obviously.
You don't want...
And isolate the Ayatollah. That's optimistic, maybe Pollyannish in that sense, but it's worth trying. Because after all, we were talking to Maduro's people before we actually captured Maduro. And we had some assurance from them that they would try to stabilize things if indeed Maduro was gone. So, yes, a lot of options on the table here, a lot of strategy being worked here for sure. But I do think...
Who are you?
The Iranian regime, given they're not going to change, it is likely that we will use force here once again.
Got it. General.
Yeah, we better use force. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that. Jeez. All right, here's another one. Here's another one from Fox News. This is from this morning. And then I found some video that gives like a military analysis or something. But before I play it, I will get your guys' opinion on that.
U.S. forces arriving in CENTCOM waters near Iran yesterday, holding multi-day military exercises. Should the White House decide to strike Tehran over the regime's deadly crackdown on civilian protesters? The president telling Axios, quote, "We have a big armada next to Iran, bigger than Venezuela. They want to make a deal. I know so. They called on numerous occasions. They want to talk." Now, Iranian terror proxies in Yemen and Iraq are threatening an attack on American forces in the area. Joining me now, Heritage Foundation Vice President of National Security and former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, Victoria Coates. Victoria, good morning. There's some new reporting this morning I wanted to ask you about. Basically, that Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman and the UAE are telling the United States that we cannot use their airspace if we do decide to do any type of attack on Iran. Can you explain that to us?
Well, good morning, Cheryl. Good to be with you. Yes, I mean, this is pretty standard for the region. The Gulf powers will all say you can't use our airspace, you can't use your assets in our countries, and then we do. in the event the president wants to take an action against Iran. So as I said, that's pretty much theater. They do it for face-saving reasons. That's fine. But the reality of the situation is the president has moved remarkable assets into the region. And it's really quite a demonstration of our ability
Oh,
to
I think he's
project
going to talk
power.
about the video
Because
we
bear
already
in mind,
shared.
a month
Remember
ago,
the video?
these types
with
of
the person
assets were all
going through?
concentrated
That's
in
what
the
it is.
Caribbean in the run-up to the action against Nicolas Maduro and Venezuela. Now we're halfway around the world. We're prepared to do whatever the commander-in-chief might order. So we'll see what he decides to do going forward. But I do think the reporting on the number of casualties in Iran on the 8th and 9th of January, when more than 10,000 people, it appears, were killed, that may be the decisive point here.
Yeah, I want you to listen to retired General Jack Keane. He was on the program with me yesterday. And my question to him from a military perspective was how would this take place if the United States takes action against Iran? Listen to what Jack Keane told me yesterday.
I think what this is really about is holding the regime accountable, as you indicated, for the thousands that have been killed. And also the tens of thousands that have been in prison. And the president said he would do just that. And I think it's also about trying to cut off the head of the snake here. In other words, the regime is the snake, and we're trying to get the leaders out of there so some kind of transition can take place. Just the threat of this happening has to be weakening the resolve of the leaders around the Ayatollah. They are weak politically, economically, and militarily, and really on the cusp of not being even able to recover any of this because of the economic situation in such poor shape militarily.
Victoria, Iran is destabilized.
No, it is. And I mean, Cheryl, their central bank printed 2 quadrillion rial earlier this week to try to stabilize their economic situation. Quadrillion with a Q. And so if you're printing that much money, it means you can't solve your economic problems. They're in a death spiral. And that's what's different this time. I completely agree with General Keane. I mean, this isn't a single incident that's prompting the protests and the unrest in Iran. This is a systemic economic failure. And it's ridiculous. I mean, bear in mind, they have the second largest proven oil reserves in the world. And this is what's happening to them. That's how bad the mismanagement is. That's what the Iranian people are completely fed up with. So we'll see. I mean, the president has lots of options on the table. This isn't an invasion like Iraq or Afghanistan. Mm-hmm. This could be a very targeted strike on leadership or on infrastructure that would push the situation over the edge.
Yeah, we don't that's why we see the reports that Khomeini is now back in his bunker. He's aware of that. I want to move on to this from Secretary of State Marco Rubio. He's going to testify on Capitol Hill today over the Trump administration's actions in Venezuela and the capture of Maduro. Now, the White House is considering a naval blockade on Cuba to stop oil imports into that country. President Trump commented on this when he was in Iowa yesterday. Watch this.
I played all the clips of Rubio already.
With Cuba, I don't know anybody.
Guys, I played the clips from Marco Rubio this morning. If you want, I can play them again, but I played those clips this morning. Here, let me pull it up. We went over what he said. Here. This is what Marco Rubio said today.
It's just very briefly, we've heard such differing accounts, and the president has spoken strongly, you have as well, on the deaths in Iran and the horrible atrocities that are being committed. Can you give us some sense of, we see reports of thousands, tens of thousands. What's the State Department's best estimate of what's happened on the ground?
Well, I don't know, in the thousands for certain. And look, I think regimes, including that one in Iran, have learned that when you start shooting people in the head with snipers, it's effective. I mean, it works, and they've done it, and it's horrifying. And that's what we've seen. That regime is probably weaker than it has ever been. And the core problem they face, unlike the protests you saw in the past on some other topics, is that they don't have a way to address the core complaints of the protesters, which is that their economy is in collapse. And the reason why there's economies in collapse is because they spend all their money and all their resources building weapons and sponsoring terrorist groups around the world instead of reinvesting it back into their society. And as a result, have taken on massive global sanctions, which has isolated their economy and their country. And so that's what the Iranian people are demanding, is that they stop doing that and start caring about them and get these sanctions off them. And this regime is unwilling to do it. So the core challenge is the protests may have ebbed, but they will spark up again in the future, because this regime, unless they are willing to change and or leave, have no way of addressing the legitimate and consistent complaints of the people of Iran who deserve better.
So, I mean, Marco Rubio is pretty much laying out the groundwork. He's going after the leftist, communist, Islamist propaganda, where they constantly say, like, for example, in CNN, right? That CNN propaganda piece where they're like, oh, everything is fine. We love the regime. We hate America, right? So Marco Rubio is directly countering that because he knows the truth. The U.S. administration know the truth. And so I don't think U.S. is going to stop short of like complete and total regime change. But again, all the stars are aligned, because last night you saw that interview by Senator Lindsey Graham on Fox. Then we had King Reza Pahlavi's video message that came out. And then we had President Trump this morning with his Truth Social post. And then we saw Senator Marco Rubio, Secretary of State Marco Rubio with this statement here. So it's all sort of, it's all lining up, right? It's like a trail of breadcrumbs that you can follow along here. And if you want that analysis, that's in part 1 of day 32. So I spoke about that earlier today. So you guys are welcome to go and watch that afterwards if you want the full analysis for that. Before we go to Tusi's starting in about 35 minutes. But I saw this. I don't know. Do you guys know anything about this channel? This channel is called The Military Show. Apparently you have like 2 million subscribers. And something very bad is about to happen to Iran's regime. This just came out last night. Does anyone know anything about this channel? Like, is this a legit channel? Is this something that I should even bother watching? It's like 17 minutes long. I don't know anything about like military or military analysis. But I don't know if it's going to be good or not. Major says it's fluff channel, hard no. All right. If Major says fluff channel, hard no, then I'm just going to ignore that then. We're not going to go to that. Okay. All right. No, I'll avoid it if it's a fluff channel. I honestly, like, I'm not familiar with all these like YouTube channels, right? It just like popped up. So I was like, I don't know what's going on here. Cause there's so much like fake news and rumors and stuff going around, right? But ultimately, like, we have no idea what's going on or what's going to happen, right? But I can tell you that ultimately for us Iranians, we trust the words of our leader, right? King Reza Pahlavi. And so this was the message that he put out today. Or sorry, he put out this message last night, right?
روز با تمام خانواده‌هایی است که عزیزشان را به دست این نظام جنایتکار.
Why is it not working well here? All right, let me pull it up on X because YouTube is being weird. But so like this is what I want to share, especially with our Iranian viewers, because I know people are anxious, tensions are high, everyone's wondering, okay, like what's going on? Who's saying what? Who said this? Who said that? But ultimately, like for us Iranians, we look to our leader, right? We look to the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, because ultimately he is fighting for us and he's representing us. And so, this is why like I 100% trust him. I have faith in him. And so this is why, like, when he's saying what he says, what he says, I trust him because he's never led us astray. And he's been working towards this moment his entire life, pretty much for the last 47 years. And so what he is saying, it also aligns with what President Trump and what Senator Lindsey Graham and what Secretary of State Marco Rubio are saying as well, right?
سخن من امروز با تمام خانواده هایی است که عزیزشان را به دست این نظام جنایتکار از دست دادند. به عنوان یک پدر، به عنوان یک همسر، درد شما رو از ته دلم حس می‌کنم و شریک این درد شما هستم. اما بدانید که آزادی و عدالت در راه است. ما به زودی از شر این نظام جنایتکار خلاص خواهیم شد و آینده خودمون رو و آزادی خودمون رو با هم جشن خواهیم گرفت. امیدوارم هر چه زودتر در میان شما باشم، شما را در آغوش بگیرم و به دست یکدیگر کشورمون رو از نو بسازیم. آن روز نزدیک است. پاینده ایران.
I don't know about you guys, but I feel like something is in the air. Something is in the air because that is it's a very short message. It's less than a minute long. It's 53 seconds long. And, usually he'll start with something like, Millat Bozorg Iran, or like he'll give some sort of greetings, right? So he'll start off with like, hello to my compatriots, hello to the people of Iran, or something like that. But this is just like, it's very direct. He just gets right into it, which signals to me, yeah, someone said the tension is thick. I agree. I feel like the tension is very, very high because, I mean, look at that, for example, compared to like this message. Look at like this message here. This was the message that he had for you guys, right? So this was his message to non-Iranians that he put out about 2 weeks ago. I should like that. There we go.
All of our friends around the world, under the yoke of the Islamic Republic, Iran is identified in your minds with terrorism, extremism, and poverty. The real Iran is a different Iran, a beautiful, peace-loving, and flourishing Iran. It is the Iran that existed before the Islamic Republic, and it is the Iran that will rise again from its ashes the day the Islamic Republic falls. So let me be clear about how a free Iran will act towards its neighbors and the world after the fall of this regime. In security and foreign policy, Iran's nuclear military program will end. Support for terrorist groups will cease immediately. A free Iran will work with regional and global partners to confront terrorism, organized crime, drug trafficking, and extremist Islamism. Iran will act as a friend and a stabilizing force in the region, and it will be a responsible partner in global security. In diplomacy, relations with the United States will be normalized, and our friendship with America and her people will be restored. The state of Israel will be recognized immediately. We will pursue the expansion of the Abraham Accords into the Cyrus Accords, bringing together a free Iran, Israel, and the Arab world. A new chapter will begin, grounded in mutual recognition, sovereignty, and national interest. In energy, Iran holds some of the largest oil and gas reserves in the world. A free Iran will become a reliable energy supplier to the free world. Policymaking will be transparent. Iran's actions will be responsible. Prices will be predictable. In transparency and governance, Iran will adopt and enforce international standards. Money laundering will be confronted. Organized corruption will be dismantled. Public institutions will answer to the people. In the economy, Iran is one of the world's last great untapped markets. Our population is educated, modern, with a diaspora that connects it to the four corners of the world. A democratic Iran will open its economy to trade, investment, and innovation, and Iran will seek to invest in the world. Opportunity will replace isolation. This is not an abstract vision. It is a practical one, grounded in national interest, stability, and cooperation. To achieve this, now is the time to stand with the Iranian people. The fall of the Islamic Republic and the establishment of a secular, democratic government in Iran will not only restore dignity to my people, it will benefit the region and the world. A free Iran will be a force for peace, for prosperity, and for partnership.
There you go. People were asking where to get that speech. I just added it to the Iran Revolution live playlist. So I don't know. People are giving me like mixed signals on the enforcer. So I don't know. People are giving me mixed signals on that one. But I appreciate the feedback. I appreciate the input. Yeah, that's the thing. Like I don't know. Because anyone can like, I don't know, say whatever, but the question is like, no one actually knows what's going to happen, right? No one actually knows what's going to happen until oh my gosh, people are making videos about me. Haha, they're calling me a Zionist liar. Oh my gosh, look, all these like Muslim jihadis are making videos about me now. Look at that. Wow, I really triggered these Muslim Nazis, didn't I? They don't like the fact that I stood up, right? Did you know that King Reza Pahlavi was also speaking to Piers Morgan? I'm keeping an eye on Tusi. We have 25 more minutes until Tusi, but here, this is from 2 years ago.
Uncensored. Today marks 1 month since Hamas. It can't be Benjamin has on Levy joins me now from Washington D.C. Great to see you, Crown Prince. I really appreciate you joining the program. I've interviewed you several times over the years in different circumstances, so it's great to have you on Uncensored for the first time. First of all, your reaction
was good.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, good to talk to you again, Piers. After about 12 years, I think last time we spoke.
Right.
So.
It is.
So wait, someone asked me why I'm coughing. Well, the reason that I'm coughing is because I've been doing Iran Revolution live stream for 32 days straight, and I've been like pretty much talking for like 10 to 12 hours a day. So, you know, I guess I gotta drink more water or something. So that's why I'm coughing. That's why I'm coughing.
When I was at CNN, it is. It's good to see you. Let me ask you first of all. Your reaction. We're a month in now to the Israel.
Sorry. You know what? The South Florida poster. That was what was it? Was that Tempe, Florida or something? Let me see which one it was. Give me one moment, guys, before I forget here. I'll find out which one it was, and I will follow up with them and get the info. Was it Tempe? Not Tampa. Tempe. Can you give me the name of the city for South Florida? Let me know which South Florida one it was. Maybe it was Tampa, because Tempe is Arizona, I think. No, Tampa is there. Tampa, Florida is there. You have to tell me which one it is, guys. Go look at the list. Tampa's there. I have Tampa. Tampa's there with all the info. Sunday, February 1, downtown Tampa, 600 North Ashley Drive. Guys, it's in the list. Go check the list. No, because there's also a tempeh. No, guys, there's a tempeh for Arizona, and then there's a Tampa for Florida. They're both on the list. They're both on the list. Here, I'll put the link. Tempe is it pronounced Tempe? Okay, so Tempe and Tampa. Okay, Tempe. All right. Almost as bad as Tucson. Guys, for the longest time I didn't know how Tucson was pronounced, and so I called it Tuscan. Yeah. Okay, guys, you need to let me know which city you need details for. Here, let me put the link to the list in the chat. I'll pin it up top. Fox News has Iran on now. All right. Okay, I'll go to Fox News. One moment. I got to find it. Thank you for letting me know. History. I guess I should have had Fox News on from before, ready to go, but that's fine. Okay, let's go to Fox News.
You've been there, done that, and you're still here for more. So now that you're 50 or older and at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia and IPD, be proactive with Capvaxive, a vaccine specifically designed for adults to help protect against pneumonia, an invasive disease caused by certain types.
No, I know Sault Ste. Marie.
Protect against the strains that cause 82% of IPD in adults 50 or older, compared with up to 54% by other pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. Don't get Capvaxive if you're allergic to the vaccine or its ingredients. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system. Common side effects include injection site reactions, feeling tired, headache, muscle aches, and fever. Whether you've had another pneumococcal vaccine or not, ask your doctor or pharmacist about Capvaxive.
When your gut is out of balance, your body gives you signs. So if you're frustrated with occasional bloating,
thank you,
or gas,
honestly, guys, I appreciate all the support, but you should ignore it. Just ignore all those videos about me. Don't even go and comment, because they literally make clickbait, rage bait videos to get monetized, right? So they'll make videos about whatever, because it's all about for them making money, right? So they're more interested in making money. I'm more interested in raising awareness about the Iranian people who are fighting for freedom, right? So there's a big difference. And I honestly, I literally don't care what anyone says about me. I know some of you have mentioned I don't know, that evil witch woman who made some video about me. Honestly, she's one of the most hated people in the Iranian community. Literally no one cares about her. She's so irrelevant. And I don't watch these videos. I don't comment. I literally don't care. This isn't an ad blocker. This isn't for ad blocker. This is Fox News Live, guys. I can't ad block live commercials that are playing live on air. So I don't know what sort of ad blocker you want for me to put on this. It's Fox News Live. But yeah, people can say whatever they want about me. I literally don't. Guys, remember, I was in politics for 10 years. I was a politician for 7 years. There's literally nothing that anyone can say or do that will faze me or upset me in any way, shape, or form. So literally, I literally don't care. Anything and everything you can think of, people have said about me, have accused me of, doing honestly, I don't care. And my only focus is really Topak. Is it Topak? Topak? Oh, did it start now? No, it's still
to guide us through.
No, it's still a commercial. Okay. Right, let's go.
Welcome back. Social media is on trial. Jury selection continues today in a landmark case against some tech giants. A 19-year-old plaintiff alleges certain platforms knowingly make their sites addictive. This leads to
oh, you got your Miga hat. Did you like them? They're pretty good quality, aren't they? They're pretty good quality. I got a few myself. And because like I was pleasantly surprised with the quality of the hat. Even the flag on the side is done pretty cool. So there you go. There you go. I'm glad you ordered. Thank you so much for ordering. I hope you like the Miga hats. So what's this?
Addictive. And I too believe that nicotine is not addictive.
I believe that nicotine is addictive.
All right. Maybe Fox News is going to go to Iran, but then 2C TV is also starting in 15 minutes. So but yeah, like I was saying, like people can make videos about me. Honestly, like I literally don't care. It means absolutely nothing to me. Like honestly, those people, I don't want to sound like pretentious, but people like that, they're not even they're literally not even within like my sphere of existence, right? Like I'm operating up here, high level politics, and then those people are like scurrying around like rats trying to be YouTube influencers. Like I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm a politician, and I was speaking about, I was raising awareness about like jihad and the Islamic regime occupying Iran. And then once the revolution started, now I've just been raising awareness about the revolution. But like I'm not like a YouTube streamer. Like it's not my thing. Like I'm here to raise awareness about human rights, give the facts, that sort of stuff. So I don't get into like nonsense and drama with people who just want to cause like garbage. Because you have to remember, like people do these things for monetization, right? People do these things because they want to monetize, they want to be relevant. And I think anyone who spends more time attacking me than they do attacking the Islamic regime that's been, mass slaughtering over like 50-60,000 people in the last 2 to 3 weeks, like they have a first class VIP ticket to hell, right? So they're the ones who have to wake up and look at themselves in the mirror, not me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's kind of you to say. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I guess I am a YouTube streamer now, but like I'm live streaming the revolution, right? Like I'm not sitting here going like, hey, welcome to the Goldie show. We're going to talk about, I don't know, like Beyonce today or something. Like that's not a Goldie makeup routine. I actually do have like a Persian food review video that I did one time. Do you want to know the story behind that? Yeah, like do you want me to do like a get ready with me video where it's like, I give you like my makeup and hair routine? Is that what you want? Yeah. Not happening. Not happening. But I did do a food review video one time, and it was one of the most awkward things I've ever done in my life. It was one of the most awkward things I've ever done in my life. Okay. I'll show you the food review video, but I have to provide context here. So it's like, it's 2 videos. Let me find the first one. Okay. Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East. If you're one of the people who's been messaging me or commenting, asking me to talk about Iranian food, tonight's your lucky night. Before we get started, I just want to say, like, I'm not a food blogger. My area of expertise and what I'm comfortable talking about is, of course, Iran, Middle Eastern politics, Islamic terrorism, that sort of thing. So let me tell you what happened first before I get into the food review. A good friend of mine who I met through politics is an Iranian police officer. And whenever he's in town, we like to catch up over dinner. And because we're both Iranian, we of course prefer Iranian food. And the reason I picked Tehran To is because I've heard amazing things about it. My sister says the kabab kubide is to die for. So of course I want to go try it out. And one of the things I like to do before I eat is I like to take a picture of my food. Doesn't matter if it's at home or outside. It's just a little habit I have. I don't post it anywhere. but I have like tons and tons of food pictures. So we're sitting at the table having a conversation. I'm taking pictures of the appetizers, and then the server comes to take the menus away. And I'm like, oh, no, can you hold on a second? I want to take a photo. And he was like, oh, is this for Instagram? And I didn't know how to answer. So I was just like, I'm thinking about it. Then he asked me how many followers I have. And because I'm just, like starting out with my political advocacy stuff, I've only been really going at what I've been doing on Instagram for about a month and a half. I said, oh, like I'm just starting out. I'm only at 120,000 followers. And that was basically it. I didn't really think anything else of it. Next thing I know, he brought out there was a whole few campaign things, against compliments of the Muslim chef. who wants to bring jihad to Ontario. Yeah.
Guys, they thought I was a food blogger. I felt really bad because I'm not. I probably should have mentioned that my focus is politics and the Middle East and Islamic terrorism. But then I remembered that many of you have asked me to talk about Iranian food, what some of the best dishes are and things like that. So I figured I might as well use the opportunity to talk about Iranian food.
Where they claim
I also just want to put out there that whatever they did not charge
law?
me, I added as a tip afterwards. I'm not a professional food blogger. By any means. I'm not comfortable getting free things like that. I've also never felt more awkward in my life where I was like, the camera was there and I'm, eating food in front of the camera. I don't know how food bloggers do it. Like it was just very, very awkward. My friend who's, the police officer, he's sitting opposite from me and he's like, he's dying of laughter. Because again, like I'm a former politician. I'm not a food blogger. Like I talk politics, I like to keep it serious. But the food was absolutely phenomenal. The service was amazing. So I am more than happy to do this. So the next video that I upload will be the actual food review. I'm also going to talk about some of my favorite Iranian foods. I'll also explain to you how we eat the food and give you some suggestions for things you can try if you decide to go to an Iranian restaurant. So here you go. Here's Iranian food 101. Iranian here with a...
Oh yeah, there's a video. There's a video. Literally, there's a video about me where they're accusing me of being a secret terrorist who wants to bring Sharia law to Ontario. It's from like, I don't know, 12 years ago. I know I have to do more now, videos. Okay, all right, let me... Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm sharing this. Like this video is wild though. Like this is a wild ride. I'm not even joking. Okay. I know I have it somewhere here. Here, let me give you a sneak peek of who did it. Do you know that guy? Yeah, Rebel Media. Rebel Media made a video about me being a secret terrorist who wants to bring Sharia law to Ontario. Yeah, it was Rebel News. Yeah. I call them garbage media. And I've told Ezra to stay away from me because I think him and like the entire Rebel Media is just garbage. So, because they made that video about me. Here, let me find it. Where is it? I know I have it somewhere. I have the link here somewhere. Garbage Rebel News. Oh yeah, here we go. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready? Listen. This is from 8 years ago. Right? 8 years ago. Of course he didn't apologize. Of course not. Okay, I'm going to play it. I can't believe I'm doing this.
The infiltration of apparent non-conservatives into the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario continues unabated. Indeed, what other conclusion can one draw regarding the curious case of Goldie, the PC candidate for the new riding of Carleton? In the case of Gamari, her resume would suggest that she is anything but a conservative. For example, she has publicly stated on numerous occasions that she's a Liberal supporter and even a social justice advocate. Yet somehow she's the candidate of choice in Carleton. Consider these ominous facts about Gamari regarding her conservative credentials. For example, during the 2011 federal election campaign, Gamari publicly attacked then Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Check out this statement directed at the former PM. Quote, shame on you and your smear campaign propaganda. You're an embarrassment to all Canadians, end quote. In fact, Gameri was apparently a frequent commentator on a Stop Harper website, and she was full of admiration for Michael Ignatieff, the then leader of the Liberal Party, stated Gameri in one gushing post regarding the visiting professor, quote, you are too educated and well-mannered for the Canadian population. Thank you for running a clean, smear-free campaign, end quote.
Oh, it gets
Anyone
better. It
who
gets
voted
better.
Conservative in 2011 was apparently too stupid or too ungrateful to realize what a gem we had in the persona of Mr. Ignatieff, who has since fled.
Guys, so keep in mind as well. Keep in mind. So this video is from 8 years ago, and then he's quoting things from 2011 when I was like, I don't know, I was in like university at the time, right? So obviously, someone in university, right? Their political perspectives change, right? So he's going after like what I said in like university, and then these are the ominous facts about me. But guys, it gets better. It gets better. I suggest you sit down because you're not going to believe what comes next.
Canadian soil. Closer to Ontario PC land, Gameri has also publicly attacked MPP Lisa MacLeod.
Never happened.
It would seem odd to allow this to occur when the PC party has often.
Also pay attention, like all of these allegations that he's making about me, he doesn't like give any proof. He's just saying, oh, Goldie did this, Goldie did that, but literally no proof whatsoever.
Been stated it is committed to a fair and unbiased nomination process. However, astute observers of nomination meetings over the last several months know full well that fiascos and even fraudulent activity, i.e. ballot box stuffing, is par for the course when it comes to Patrick Brown's preferred roster of candidates. The fact that Gameri used to swing left of center, or perhaps still does, is indisputable based on her resume and public pronouncements. But there's another side to Gameri, and it is downright disturbing. You see, until recently, Gameri apparently operated in social media circles under the alias of the Persian Cat. And while most of the posts attributed to the Persian Cat have been deleted, well, the internet is forever, and screen grabs prove that Gameri and the Persian Cat are one and the same. You see, the blog post username is listed as Goldie, and while that might not be sufficient evidence to tie the latest PC candidate to the blog, Gameri also used her real name on event postings, but her email.
So I just want to clarify. So this part, when I have the links, okay, those links, when I started law school, I changed the link. So like you change your username, right? So I changed my username, but this is the best part.
Shows the Persian Cat at hotmail.com. I reached out to Gameri to get her take and asked if the Persian Cat was indeed her alias. After repeated requests, she would neither confirm nor deny. So what did those posts actually say? Well, Gameri, who was born in Iran, doesn't seem to have a very tolerant view of Christianity. Check out this post under that alias of the Persian Cat. Quote, Jesus was just another human like you and me. He died and became worm food. So get over it and stop advertising your religion. It's gay, end quote.
For the record, this doesn't say the Persian Cat. This just says Persian Cat, right? So not even the same username. Someone literally went and found every single instance of the Persian Cat in any way, shape, or form. And then Rebel Media made this video about me, and then they're claiming that this is all me.
Jesus was just another human like you and me. He died and became worm food. So get over it and stop advertising your religion. It's gay, end quote. Wow, Jesus is worm food? Christianity is gay? Golly, I wonder what the political fallout would be if one were to replace Jesus with Muhammad and Christianity with Islam. And would the PC party still be going to bat for Miss Gameri in such a scenario? Then we have more hilarity, such as the head of the Persian Cat photoshopped onto the image of a militant, complete with shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. The only English word is bitch. The rest of the copy is in Farsi. And how about this knee slapper? It's that lovable Persian cat.
Actually, that's not Farsi, that's Arabic. This is Arabic. This is Arabic. But he's saying that this is me, even though it's Arabic. Do you see? I told you guys. I told you. Oh no, this is serious. This is serious. No, I don't speak, read, write, or understand Arabic.
Jesus with Muhammad and Christianity with Islam. And would the PC party still be going to bat for Miss Gameri in such a scenario? Then we have more hilarity, such as the head of the Persian cat photoshopped onto the image of a militant, complete with shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. The only English word is bitch. The rest of the copy is in Farsi. And how about this knee slapper? It's that lovable Persian cat again, standing outside a commercial jetliner and apparently waving goodbye to the passengers inside the plane. What the hell? There is regrettably so much more. Yet, what does the aspiring MPP for Carleton have to say about her previous conservative bashing statements and all of these bizarre social media posts? Well, as I already told you, I reached out to Ms. Gameri with just two basic questions. Is she indeed the author of this content? And is she, or has she ever been, someone who operated under the alias of the Persian cat? Here is her cryptic response verbatim. Quote, I have ignored and will continue to ignore these vile, defamatory, sexist, and unbelievably racist false allegations that were brought to my attention last year. They are beyond the pale and not worth a moment of my time, end quote. But that statement is merely an assessment of the content, and for what it's worth.
This is real.
I agree with Gameri that much of it is indeed vile, defamatory, sexist, and racist, but she does not deny authorship of these posts. And again, after being repeatedly asked, she will neither confirm nor deny if she operated under the alias of the Persian cat. How odd is that? Even goofier, she would only agree to a telephone interview if it was conducted off the record, something that would be useless for our purposes at this stage. And what of the PC Party of Ontario? I reached out on several occasions to Bob Stanley, the executive director. I wanted to know if the party is aware of Gameri's background, and if so, why is she still the party's candidate of choice? None of my phone calls or emails have been returned. But assuming the PC party is indeed aware of Gameri's background, there seems to be a double standard at play here. The party previously vetted and prevented a candidate from running for his so-called intolerant comments. Why isn't this same party?
Oh, wait. 2C starting. Okay, we'll continue the Persian cat party after if you guys want, but let's go to 2C for the news. This is more important. But yes, there you go. That is a real video. That's a real video. I will add it to my Iran Revolution live playlist. There you go. That's why I think Rebel Media is garbage. There you go.
Everyone, welcome to 2C TV. This is your global news channel. I'm Maya 2C, and for the first time in history, we now have access to footage from inside Ali Khamenei's compound and headquarters. Yes, an anti-IRGC spy, an agent, managed to film from inside Khamenei's main base in the capital in Tehran. We expect them to be underneath, obviously, in the actual tunnel networks that they have, underground tunnel and bunkers. We're going to show you that video, of course, and of course, give you guys the latest in terms of the military mobilization in the Middle East by the United States, but also by the IRGC. The Islamic Republic have now obviously cancelled all negotiations, all talks, rejected Trump's a final surrender deal, and they are now threatening Tel Aviv. That's nice. Apparently, they have a suicide mission. So let's talk about what is going on in this live update. We're going to get your reaction as usual. We also have a new song for you guys. Actually, one of you guys in this live chat recommended this. Remember the Hassan Nasrallah song? We now have a Khamenei version of that. It's going to be great. Anyway, let's talk about the latest developments. 19 U.S. Air Force refueling tankers deployed at the Al Udeid Air Base, which is in Qatar. And obviously, there's been a lot of surveillance over the last few hours, a lot of military drills. They did say a few days ago that this will be a multi-day military exercise to basically prepare for air combat, just in case the Islamic Republic fighter jets take off. And by the way, once again tonight, they have. They're also going around Iran. Now, the military buildup, generally speaking, it's increasing in terms of the activities in the region. We're also going to go to the live map on flight radar shortly. But the headquarters of Ali Khamenei, his main base in Tehran, has now been relatively exposed. Now, of course, the main intel is not going to come to us. It's going to go to the intelligence services, whether it's CIA, Mossad, and all the others. But there's a short clip that has now been exposed from inside the compound, which we're going to go together. So, this is, of course, the main security gate as you go in. They got multiple layers, by the way, multiple layers of walls and security, then checkpoints and everything else. Of course, these are the regime officials who are inside. That's another gate. So now you go inside. And then they're in a car, clearly. Secretly filming. Obviously, you're not allowed to film any of this, but they managed to get away with this somehow. And so that bit, you got more security inside, because there's another one similar to that, the container thing that is for your belongings, leaving your phones and checking your phones and all that stuff. And then we're going to get closer to, 1 second. There we go. So that is the second entrance. If we could go back. So that's the second entrance, and also the civil, that's just a civil agent. Basically, these are the plain clothing agents, or brown shirts, as I call them. And you go in. That's the deposit gate. Basically, you leave your phones and stuff like that in there, and then entrance to the underground city, which has been going on for like 12 years. That's basically underneath there, and a huge chunk of the capital in Tehran. You have a massive networks of underground tunnels and bunkers. They have literally everything, based on obviously what has been leaked already. And we're not really surprised. Khamenei has his own hospital under there because he needs regular treatments. Anyway, continue with the footage. This is crazy stuff. Got a lot of smaller things. That's the office of civil agents. These are, and the checkpoints. So again, these are the plain clothing militias and the Basij type of people. These guys will basically act as paramilitary. They did during the 1979 coup. And of course, if or when the armed forces of Iran take over, these guys will be the paramilitary fighting back. And again, that's the deposit area for objects. This guy is going to come out, his face, his head is going to come out. There we go. You can see him just about. There we go. Hello. And then it continues. So this, by the way, this infiltration happened a while ago, but obviously the actual video has finally been leaked, which shows that these sort of covert operations was going on for some time. Clearly, this guy was already accepted, whoever it is, by the regime. So essentially a double agent. But it's interesting that they've just now released the videos now. First entrance. You can also see that the weather is relatively sunny, but it's probably autumn time because they are wearing jackets. It's not too hot, but it's sunny. So could be from 2-3 months ago. Visitors' cars. I mean, visitors, they will still have to be vetted anyway. It's not like for the members of the public. It doesn't, from the outside bit, well, in terms of the actual estate in the compound, it doesn't seem advanced in terms of the level of security. It's a whole town, by the way. It's so big. So the public entrance and identity checks, so that's the western part of the exit, obviously, or the entrance, depending on which side you're on. And then you've got the families and everybody also living there. So Mojtaba Khamenei's house is there. That's the the first son of Ali Khamenei at the end of this alley. But the entrance is not here. That's it's from the western entrance. And of course, we got all the other agents who live nearby. They have to keep an eye on them. So the main entrance, the western door, and the apartments of numerous civil agents. It's similar to what Stalin created, where there were blocks essentially, and the government ministers and everybody else will be inside the same block, so they can keep an eye on everybody. So that aside, things are also escalating across the world. The ripple effect. Everything is shifting. Everybody knows this is the end. Even the Europeans, even the same Europeans who were defending and supporting the IRGC until 10 minutes ago. Literally this morning or last night, we were still reporting that Emmanuel Macron and France are still supporting the regime. President Trump had a conversation, and the latest intel given to France, Spain, and others, they've finally decided to drop their objection. The European Union will be designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization. So now all 27 EU member states are supporting the same thing. I mean, it's a little bit too late. They're all jumping on a bandwagon. And I did predict this about 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. I said, as we get closer to the fall of the regime, you're going to get the usual lot jumping on a bandwagon. All these European governments, the mainstream media, everybody's going to come and say, yeah, actually, the Iranians need to have self-determination. The regime is going, blah, 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 usual nonsense, right? And but the fact that they are now going to be designating the IRGC as a terrorist organization is mostly symbolic, because it doesn't change anything. Yeah, obviously they're going to put more sanctions or whatever they want to do. Fine. Well done. I'm proud of you. But at this point, it doesn't change much. It's good that you're doing it on a moral level, but it doesn't really do much. So there are people who are celebrating, yes, finally, the European Union. Oh, well, okay. So what? The regime is falling regardless anyway, but they have to do the right thing. The foreign minister, Barrot, in France, says that there can be no impunity when it comes to Iran. The unbearable repression of the Iranian people's peaceful uprising cannot go unanswered. Their extraordinary courage in the face of indiscriminate violence must not be in vain. Together with our European partners, we will impose sanctions tomorrow in Brussels on those responsible for these abuses. They will be banned from entering European territory, and their assets will be frozen. France will support placing the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the European list of terrorist organizations. The regime must immediately release prisoners, end executions, lift the digital blockade, and allow the United Nations Human Rights Council's fact-finding mission to investigate the crimes committed in Iran. So this is what matters. Firstly, when you listen to the foreign minister of France, it makes it sound like they were always on the side of the Iranian people. Literally 6 hours ago, they were saying the opposite. They were just ignoring the whole thing, like let's not really attack or criticize Ali Khamenei's regime. But they know they're on their way out, so they have to do it. So while designating or recognizing the IRGC as a terrorist is meaningless, the actions are important. The reason they're important is why I said about a month ago, the beginning of the uprising, I said the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and their families are going to be moving to Europe. Some of them already applied for visas in France because France is a safe haven for the IRGC since the 70s. Now they can't. It's over. There are only two options: Moscow in Russia or Canada. But Canada are finally also acting, which is a kind of interesting thing because Justin Trudeau was forced to also recognize the IRGC as terrorist, but they didn't really take any action. Mark Carney, forced by President Trump, is going to be acting. So President Trump is basically completely changing and shifting the world order as we know it, actually for the better, by forcing the French, by forcing the Canadians, and of course the Spanish to be normal and act like normal human beings. Having said that, Ali Khamenei's team are not just giving up that easily. So we've got the senior political advisor to the supreme leader, Ali Shamkhani, who now says, this is brilliant, okay, there's a problem with this statement. This is posted on X. I'll explain why. A limited strike is an illusion. True. Any military action from America, #America, from any origin and at any level will be considered the #start_of_war. Okay. And its response will be immediate, all out and unprecedented, targeting the heart of Tel Aviv and all supporters of the aggressor. So, problems. Number one, Ali Shamkhani. This is X. This is Elon Musk's X. It's not Twitter. Hashtags don't work anymore. The days of Twitter is gone. Stop at the hashtags. Secondly, if you're going to use hashtags, you pick the weirdest words. America makes sense. I mean, again, you don't need to use hashtag. Just put America. And then you got start a war. That would be good. Yeah. If you were in the days of Twitter, hashtag start a war. That's quite cool. Hashtag all out. What is that? What? Why? That makes no sense. Secondly, the Islamic occupation of Iran, who continue on the international stage to say we are the victims. We are normal. Americans and the Jews want to kill us. We are good. And then you say, instead of, in self-defense, they say we have to hit. Instead of saying we're going to hit military bases or Mossad or, IDF, you publicly say you want to hit civilians in Tel Aviv. How? Why? What is wrong with you? I know that they are desperate. I know they are drowning. They're not thinking straight. But it's probably best to start packing your bags, you absolute nutters. Let's go to Germany. Deutschland continues to double down. Earlier on, we reported that Friedrich Merz of Germany said that these are the final days of the Islamic Republic. As I said, the ripple effect, the domino effect is happening. It's actually snowballing at this point. Every single day, the pressure on the regime, which is falling, is getting worse and worse. To go to a short segment of Merz's speech saying that the government in Iran rules through fear and it cannot last. Let's quickly go.
Wir wollen den maximal möglichen Druck auf das iranische Regime ausüben. Und meine Überzeugung bleibt, ein Regime, das sich nur mit blanker Gewalt und Terror gegen die eigene Bevölkerung an der Macht halten kann, dessen Tage sind gezählt. Es können Wochen sein, aber dieses Regime hat keinerlei Legitimation, das Land zu regieren. Und wenn es eine hohe fünfstellige Zahl von Todesopfern gegeben hat bei den letzten Demonstrationen gegen das Regime, dann zeigt sich eben, dass offensichtlich das Mullah-Regime sich nur noch mit blankem Terror an der Macht halten kann. Wir sind die Bundesrepublik Deutschland, und ich denke, ich darf das auch für viele Länder, für alle, soweit ich es übersehen kann, in der Europäischen Union sagen, wir sind an der Seite des iranischen Volkes. Wir stehen zu den Menschen im Land. Wir sehen das Schicksal auch der Frauen. Wir sehen das Schicksal derer, die diesem Regime widersprechen. Wir versuchen das durch Sanktionen zu erreichen, unsere Hilfestellung auch deutlich werden zu lassen. Und das.
Now, if you want to know what the most shameful thing that we are dealing with is right now, is at this point, basically the whole of Europe, basically, and the European Union are now on the same page. The IRGC are terrorists. Canada, under Justin Trudeau, say the IRGC, well, obviously when Justin Trudeau was involved, he said the IRGC are terrorists. The United States, IRGC are terrorists. Argentina, everybody. One country, stand alone. One country from the Western side says the IRGC are not terrorists. They are our friends. Guess what country? I'll give you 5 seconds to put it in the live chat right now, and I'll tell you what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Still back the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now, with the pressure that we are seeing from the European Union and President Trump, we should expect Keir Starmer to change. Tomorrow, maybe Friday. I mean, ideally tomorrow, because otherwise, what are you guys doing? they need to jump on a bandwagon. It's going to be extremely embarrassing on a diplomatic level going forward. Now, going back to the Americans, major move is happening right now. It's by the way arrived now, but this is from a couple of hours ago. The US Air Force continue to increase activities. So we now have finally another CM5 Super Galaxy. This is the strategic heavy lift aircraft. So they're massive, and they take in important equipment, which landed in Saudi. Well, it went to Saudi Arabia and then landed in Qatar at the Al Udeid Air Base. They will be, presumably, based on the basic intel, they are carrying air defense systems, again, to protect the bases, the regional countries, and Israel, which is kind of interesting because it's now been a few days, probably almost a week now, that most of the mobilization is now defense. So we've been discussing this over the last couple of weeks anyway. There is a lot of stuff going in, that has gone in terms of the offensive strategy, including the USS Abraham Lincoln, which is now nearby, the aircraft carrier, warships. But we are now seeing increased addition to defense systems. So it seems like they are actually expecting the Islamic Republic to hit. So if they were just arrogant with the basic planning, military planning, saying, we're just going to go in, we're going to immediately destroy the IRGC bases and the leadership and Khamenei or whatever we're going to do, then they wouldn't worry about this. But they are genuinely worried that there could easily be a preemptive attack or immediate hit back by the Islamic Republic once the Americans go in. So seems like they are taking the defense extremely seriously. The Islamic Republic say they have thousands and thousands and thousands of drones that they are prepared to launch simultaneously. They can't do that with the ballistic missiles. They don't have enough launchers to launch hundreds at the same time, but they can do it with drones. So, and they have been moving their drone carriers towards the south of Iran in Bandar Abbas. So they can obviously launch those. As long as they have the personnel, they can launch many drones at the same time. And that will be disruptive, obviously. So the Americans are taking that threat extremely seriously. Now, quickly go to Iran again. As you guys know, we've had more videos coming in because of the internet situation. Obviously, a lot of it was delayed, but there are still videos coming out from the last few days. Mashhad, the second largest city, actual war zone, gunfire, and people fighting back. It's absolutely insane. One side unarmed, the other side fully armed. So, but in regards to the Americans and what they might be doing first, we will talk about their first move because the Islamic Republic want you to be scared. This footage, by the way, is from 2023, the actual video itself, that the Islamic Republic state TV broadcast. But they have done it again, thinking we're stupid. But they claim that they have now tested the new Seymour plane that is manufactured locally, made in Iran, by Iran, for Iran, apparently, by the Ministry of Defense in Tehran. They seem to be very proud that they have finally built a propeller plane. So this is what we're dealing with. They've done this themselves, single-handedly. Well done. That's something, at least. They seem to be proud. They've tested it. It didn't crash yet. But take them seriously, guys. Be terrified. Be very, very terrified of the Seymour planes by the Ministry of Defense of Iran. Now, to go back to the serious people, the grown-ups in the room, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, I feel sorry for him because he might be getting a new job, yet another job. He's probably going to be the new interim prime minister of the future free Iran. He was speaking earlier on, and he said that on the issue of the build-up in the military in the Middle East, that there are between 30 to 40,000 American soldiers who are now on standby, alongside drones and everything else.
On the issue of our presence in the region, here's the baseline I want to set for everybody. The baseline is this. We have 30 to 40,000 American troops stationed across 8 or 9 facilities in that region. All are within the reach. Theoretically, not theoretically, in reality, all are within the reach of an array of thousands of Iranian one-way UAVs and Iranian short-term ballistic missiles, short-range ballistic missiles that threaten our troop presence. We have to have enough force and power in the region, just on a baseline, to defend against that possibility. That at some point, as a result of something, the Iranian regime decides to strike at our troop presence in the region. The president always reserves the preemptive defensive option. In essence, if we have indications that, in fact, they're going to attack our troops in the region, to defend our personnel in the region. We also have security agreements, the Defense of Israel Plan and others, that require us to have a force posture in the region to defend against that.
Yeah. Actually, we have someone just said in the live chat, you have to clip that and say, IRGC finally built a propeller plane. Finally, welcome to the beginning of the 20th century. But this is a serious issue. Look at that thing. I mean, so all right. But they are extremely dangerous, as you guys know. They are definitely not paper tiger. And you can tell by the statement released by the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic, Abbas Araghchi. Abbas is not happy. So, of course he's not happy. He's never happy. He says, our brave armed forces are prepared. And you got the M dash. He's literally used ChatGPT to write this. Embarrassing, Araghchi. You claim to speak English and you're using ChatGPT to translate. Anyway, our armed forces are prepared with their fingers on the trigger to immediately and powerfully respond to any aggression against our beloved land, air, and sea. So not the underground. He's not really concerned about underground. You could hit the underground, just not the land, air, or sea. The valuable lessons learned from the 12-day war have enabled us to respond even more strongly, rapidly, and profoundly. Ooh, glad that they're going to hit profoundly, not just strongly. At the same time, Iran has always welcomed a mutually beneficial, fair, and equitable nuclear deal on equal footing and free from coercion, threats, and intimidation, which ensures Iran's right to peaceful nuclear technology and guarantees no nuclear weapons. You literally cancelled the nuclear talks, you absolute nutter. Such weapons have no place in our security calculations, and we have never sought to acquire them. Have you told the rest of the IRGC, who continue to come out and say, we are 2 weeks away from building the bomb? Like, you don't even know what you're saying at this point. Do you guys even talk to each other? You know, do you actually hang out? Do you know who's actually in charge? Who calls the shots right now? Is it the president, Pezeshkian? Is it the foreign minister? Is it that rat, Ali Khamenei, who's hiding in a bunker right now? Is it his son? But which one? Masoud or Mojtaba? Or is it that other idiot, Shamkhani, who only showers once a year? Which one is actually calling the shots? Just tell us who your boss is. It might make things easier, because you're all saying different things for absolutely no reason. At this point, this is not coordinated. You're all just winging it. But to prove that they are winging it, it's because they literally had a bit of a confusing moment. They were supposed to be doing an air defense drill in the capital and in the western part of Iran. They messed up because they literally took off their fighter jets. The Islamic Republic fighter jets took off around the border with Iraq while doing the air defense drills and tests. Who is calling this? Is just a terrible idea. Literally around Khorramabad, you had fighter jets and also the air defense system going off. Like, I'm not really sure if this is supposed to be a new version of high-level training. Like, let's get the fighter jets to go off. Yeah, also do the air defense system. Yeah, it's fine. You might hit it. It's okay. They'll just jump off, apparently. But they are very serious. Be very terrified. The United States have already made their move, their first verbal step to say what we might be doing. Now, it's likely they might start with that, but we don't know. The US have now said that they are considering a naval blockade first before going in. Now, it's important. They've already done the first step that I said they should do, which was before hitting, you need to pick up the phone, say, would you like to talk? Surrender deal, exit plan. So far, they've said no. Second thing, naval blockade, Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, take over, block the oil access, everything that they have. So they are now saying that the oil exports of the Islamic Republic will be seized. The US Navy would intercept, board, and arrest people who are operating on behalf of the IRGC. They would even consider sinking tankers, oil tankers, that are carrying the sanctioned crude oil. And things could completely kick off. Before you even get to the Iranian territory, you might actually have a massive hot conflict right outside, literally in the Persian Gulf, which could actually make things easier, which could easily distract most of the military resources from Tehran to go to the south, and then it could hit everything else. Because while the actual territory is important for the Islamic occupation, obviously, if they lose access to the Persian Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, and the oil, it's over before it even starts. But people on the ground in Iran are still waiting. They are still mourning the deaths of their loved ones. We have another video, this time of yet another Iranian, brave Iranian, who has now been murdered. Majid Farnia, who was killed recently on the streets for protesting for a free and democratic Iran. He recorded a video before he left the house that night. He said, I'm going to the protest so the future generations know that freedom demands sacrifice. Let's quickly go to Majid and see what he had to say.
دارم میرم بیرون، نه برای خودم، برای پسرامون، برای آیندگان، بدونن شاید هیچ کاری نکردیم براشون، شاید زودتر از اینا به قدم برمی‌داشتیم، ولی برای آزادی و جان داد. دیر و زود داره، سوخت و سوز نداره. بابا، مادر، خیلی دوستتون دارم. نمیدونم چه اتفاقی میفته، نمیدونم چی میشه. داداش، آبجی، خیلی دوستتون دارم. خیلی. جاوید شاه.
He's no longer with us, Majid, like many others, but the fight continues. Never give up, never surrender. Although at this point, for the Iranian people, they don't really have a choice. There's no point to even return, because you can't return to even surrender. The actual Iranian people can't even surrender because there's nothing to surrender to. There is no regime to surrender to. There is no stable government to surrender to. There is no economy to surrender to. The system has fallen. They are just refusing to accept inside the Islamic occupation. Today, we can confirm over the last few hours that the currency in Iran, the rial, has once again gone even lower. Who thought it would be possible? It's now reached 1.6 million to per one US dollar. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, it hit rock bottom when it hit 1.2, I think. Again, let's not forget, it was 800,000 when the uprising, which was the spark of the uprising, and that was about a month ago, right? 800,000 brought down the economy, brought down the financial system. It's now 1.6 million. This has been doubled. It's crazy stuff. But Lindsey Graham is back out again, and he did an interview. He mentioned something very interesting, because while the economy in the Islamic occupation of Iran is not doing well, one business, one industry is going to be very busy. It's going to be making a lot of money. In case you don't know, it's the business of 72 virgins.
He's told this regime it's time for a change, quit killing you people. They're continuing to kill their people. He told the protesters, keep protesting. That's his Ronald Reagan moment. Help is on the way. I believe him. So if you're in the 72 virgin business, I think business is going to be good if the Ayatollah keeps this up. The people of Iran could be our friend, but the Ayatollah will never be our friend.
I just can't. He's right. Where is the lie? Where is the lie? Anyway, every now and then when there is a new song, we have to keep you guys, they need to boost the spirits, the morale. It's doom and gloomy. We have to stay focused, keep calm, and carry on, right? If you guys remember the Hassan Nasrallah song, the former leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon, Mr. Potato Head, there is now a new version for Khamenei, Get Out Khamenei. Let's quickly go to that. Hopefully we're not going to get copyrighted. Watch this. English subtitles.
حالا پیدایی مثل یه سایه عقل تصویر توی امامه بهتره بمونی تو همون لانه دورانتون دیگه تمومه تو فقط یه دیکتاتوری با تو هم خدایی نوری نه مقدسی نه آسمونی دشمن جون این مردمی حتی اگه بترسونی بازور یا تهدید کنی شهر و کشور با سپاه و بسیج و زندان حتی اگه ببندی هر راهو بدون که این صدا خاموش نیست نه با هم میشکنیم این دیوارو یالا یا خامهای بس این خدا سازی این ملت بیداره دیگه فریب نمیخوره یالا یا خامهای وقت رفتن کافیه از بالا حکم اومده این آخر راحته تو ضعیفی فقط ادم ترسیده از صدای ما ریش و منبرت پوششه برای این همه دروغ از آزادی وحشت داری از زن از زندگی از شادی ندیمون نه اعتقاد فقط قدرت و فساد حتی اگه بترسونی بازور یا تهدید کنی شهر و کشور با سپاه و بسیج و زندان حتی اگه ببندی هر راهو بدون که این صدا خاموش نیست نه با هم میشکانیم این دیوارو یالا یا خامهای دست این خدا سازی این ملت بیداره دیگه فریب نمیخوره.
Obviously, this was originally an Israeli song, but we now have the new version. But speaking, of course, of the Israeli side, you got the proxies of the Islamic Republic who are kicking off. They're going to get involved. Everybody panic. The Hezbollah of Iraq, all 5 of them are getting ready. You also have the Houthis. Remember the Houthis who are still using fax machines to communicate with each other? They are out. The Houthis, while they are threatening the West, you know, in case you hit their bosses in Tehran, the United Nations are a little bit silent on this. They are, I don't know why the UN are so scared of the Houthis, but the Israeli ambassador went to the United Nations and brought the Houthis flag, just as a reminder, to tell them what it says on the flag of the Houthis from Yemen.
Look at the flag of the Houthis. That's what it says in Arabic.
Yep.
Allah Akbar, Al-Maut li-America, Al-Maut li-Israel, Alana al-Yahud, Al-Nasr lil-Islam. In English, God is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse on the Jews, victory to Islam. That is the official flag of the Houthis. This is radicalism. It is insanity.
Slightly, yeah. But, of course, when it comes to the United Nations, you can't really expect logic or reasoning. Now, let's quickly go to the flight radar on a live map, because there's something. Oh, it's gone again. Every single time they just disappear. There was a jet. There was something up here that's just gone again. That's the same place where the fighter jets have taken off in Iran, near the border of Iraq. That's Qatari, isn't it? I am so good at this. Yes, it is Qatari. I'm becoming an expert of the codes. Anyway, so you got the Americans down here, and not much is happening around over the skies in Iran in terms of the military and government activities. A lot of aircrafts down here. Trying to see if we have the US ones anywhere. Nope. That's the UPS. We don't care about the cargo stuff. But we'll keep an eye on the rest. Let me just get rid of a cargo, because that's just... There we go. There we go. We just have that little one, which is the Qatari Air Force, Emiri Air Force, and it's now disappeared. That's good to know. But while we are here, we're waiting for more updates. Let's quickly get some reactions. Rafa Khamenei on a Starfleet Academy movie, and got more super chats. What's this? Do you think the IRGC will just posture until it happens, then surrender like the Iraqi army in 1991 and 2013, or will they fight? So they will fight, but the problem with the Islamic Republic is they have two sides. You got the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They have their own military. Then you got the official armed forces of Iran. Right now, of course, they are under the command of the regime, but they are the official armed forces of the country. There is going to come a point where the armed forces will not fight, and just like many of them already have stopped fighting. But it's that point that will be the split that will essentially push out the rest of the regime. They're not going to just do posture. At this point, even though for about a week or so, I kept saying, I don't think they're going to do a preemptive attack, but I think they have literally two options. Option number one, surrender now. That's a stupid option, right? Option number two, hit first, because you know the Americans are going to come in. What's the point of waiting? You know you're going to get hit. Hit first so you could come across as the stronger one, have the upper hand, and then when you become the victim, you could say, let's do ceasefire. That's the best option for the regime. Khamenei, I ain't nothing but hello, dog. I drank too much yesterday. Now I am hungover. Send me some love. Free Iran. Why would you drink on a Tuesday? It's your own fault. No sympathies. My heart's thoughts, prayers, and tears are with Iran and its people. Thank God we've got you. Join 2CTV, everyone. It's a fantastic investment. Only money well spent. Well, that is a very, very good point. And everybody should listen to this lovely person. I forgot what it's gone now. You can join. There we go. Scan the QR code right down there, bottom right. Scan the QR code or just go on 2c.tv. You get full access to our streaming platform, 2C TV Plus, which will give you access to our documentaries, our original series, podcasts, and interviews and everything else that we have. And of course, the 2C TV app from your app store. So join us today. See, that was a quick advert, quick plug. Move on. Let's get involved. What is this? Al-Udeid. Al-Udeid. What? Oh, the base. I thought it was Al-Udeid. Isn't it Al-Udeid? Is it Udeid? Well, let's ask a Qatari, guys. I don't really care if the Qataris get offended, really. But how are the Iranian people getting food with stores closed and the inflation? Well, yeah, it's difficult. They are stockpiling on very basic food, the minimal that they could have, in terms of rice and things like that. But even that's becoming very difficult. Finding chicken, a whole chicken, is difficult, and also being able to afford it is even more difficult. So that's chicken. Just basic chicken is not going to be easy right now in Iran. I do think by the end of 2026, Iran will be free. You do realize it's January right now, right? By the end of this live stream, Iran will be free. I'm not going to do the predictions, but the regime will go anyway. Underground bunker, aka the tombs. Yeah, it's not really a good idea to trap yourself. Yeah. Hexeth needs to put his big boy pants on and provide Trump a plan he can now. They've already done that. The briefings are done. The conversations have been, the strategic conversations have already been finished. Trump hesitates because he hates war. It's time to go. Yeah, but President Trump is also the same guy who is basically doing more intervention than any other hawkish presidents you've had. You literally have interventions left, right, and center under this presidency. That's why the isolationists right now really hate Trump. But I'm just going to double check because I think we're getting more updates and developments from the region. Some of them might be urgent. There's a bit of a situation right now between the border of Syria and Iraq as well. These are the Kurds kicking off, defending themselves against the Islamists. While I do that, let's quickly go to... It's just a couple of minutes. I need to double check something. I'm going to put on one of my favorite revolutionary song. Quickly, go.
برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو هم شهری شاه رضا پهلوی نظام رسیده پرتگاه بلند بگو جاوید شاه برگشت شاه به میهن دوای درد وطن این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده داره میاد پهلوی زجه بزن صدایی راه نجات وطن پهلوی هموطن ایران میشه گلستان شاه که بیاد به ایران ایران که شاه نداره حساب کتاب نداره آخون باید گم بشه تو تانک فشفشه گم شو بیرون اجنبی داره میاد پهلوی فریاد بزن جاوید شاه.
Okay. So there's a bit of a situation right now because after the deal that was rejected by the Islamic Republic earlier on, which was a surrender deal, why would they accept it? As I guessed, President Trump managed to corner them, the regime. There are now two options that are being considered. One option is to paralyze the whole Islamic Republic, which is short of saying regime change. They will hit it so hard that it will just fall apart from within. But the Americans will just leave and allow the Iranians to take over. But there is now also a second possibility that the Americans might continue until regime change happens. Now, that is quite risky because that is a very ambitious plan if any country would like to get involved to stay in somewhere. You don't have to have boots on the ground, obviously, to do that, unless there are special forces to go and capture someone. But it's tricky to see how the Americans could get away with that, because that might prolong the operation. Iran is not a normal country. It's a huge country, a lot of mountains, a lot of bunkers, a lot of caves, a lot of weird stuff. And the regime could just hide anywhere. And they might just end up hiding for months and months and months. Even though on the ground, basically, you'd say the regime is already gone, but you have to clean them out. If the American empire wants to say, okay, we are now officially doing regime change, helping the Iranians do regime change, you can't like abandon while there are still people hiding. It's like Hamas in Gaza. You have to basically stay until you clean it out. So that is quite tricky. But that's why I think the first option will still be just hit until they fall apart, and the Americans could just say, well, our mission was just to destroy them. Now, Iranians, it's up to you, whatever you want to do, which is basically still regime change, but not officially. But again, this the build-up has been a lot quicker than we expected, which again, people who don't understand, like this person who just in the live chat says, help is on the way since 2 weeks. They don't understand anything about geopolitics or military, because the operation with Iraq took about 6 months. The operation against Maduro took about 4 months, five months. Well, it was August till January. And that was just to capture Maduro. And this has only been going on for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. So, and it's already getting close to the end game. So we should have technically expected the build-up to go for like another 2-3 months. But the way it's going is moving a lot faster than we expected. It's still probably not there yet, although you never know. if somebody does something tonight, and that I'm primarily talking about the Islamic Republic, not necessarily the Americans, because they might be desperate enough to start doing some sort of preemptive strike. It's a terrible idea, but yeah.
Okay, I think we'll leave it there because Tusi's pretty much done with the news. Welcome back, Armin.
Hey.
How are
I missed
you?
you. Good. How are you?
Good. So, guys, everyone put a cat emoji in the chat for Armin, but don't tell him what it's about. Armin can't know.
Cat
Everyone,
emoji.
everyone put a cat emoji.
Why is a cat? Like the Persian cat, maybe? Or the cat for Iran? For the map of Iran? Looking like
Well,
a cat?
we just went over some really important information, but you weren't here, so you missed it. So everyone put a cat emoji for Armin. Armin doesn't guys, see now we have an inside joke, Armin, not just on my channel, but on your channel. So there you go.
Oh, right.
There you go.
Wow, you're right. On the Atheist Republic chat, people are... Wow, you guys are not going to share with me? Am I going to know?
Should we tell Armin? Should we tell Armin what happened?
Wow, you turned my own chat against me.
No, I didn't turn your chat against you. Amir's saying no, we shouldn't tell you. Not yet.
Amir, does somebody ban Amir from the Atheist Republic chat, please? Thank you.
Amir's saying let's have at least one inside joke. All right, okay. Sorry, Armin, we won't tell you yet. Whenever the chat agrees, we'll tell you. But until then, we were just having a little bit of fun. We were just having a little bit of fun while you were doing your discussion group. How'd your discussion group go, by the way?
It was really good. We were talking about how Iran is going to be after the fall of the Islamic Republic, the position of Islam in Iran after the Islamic Republic, how are we going to deal with the remaining radicals, stuff like that. Yeah. So
wow,
it was pretty good. Yeah. By the way, let me show, now that you're talking about cats, I just want to show people how much the map of Iran perfectly matches a sitting cat.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, a sitting cat. So this is the map of Iran. This is the Caspian Sea, the Persian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman. So this is Iran. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, don't we refer to Iran as like a cat in
yeah.
Like we actually refer to Iran sometimes in like poetry or in songs or in literature. We refer to Iran as a cat. So yeah, because it does look like a cat.
Yeah.
It's a Persian cat. Yeah, our country. You know what? I think I have a photo of it too. Let me see if I can find it on my X. But before I do that, I just wanted to share. We have new video coming out of Iran.
Yeah, I downloaded some of them, but let's watch yours. Oh, yeah.
This one?
No, I have some Manitobans. This is Iran International.
Okay, so this is Iran International. Video has arrived that shows a group of people in Tehran on Wednesday, January 28, were chanting slogans in support of Prince Reza Pahlavi from inside their homes. So guys, when we tell you the revolution is still on, this is what we mean. Do you want to translate that?
So, in as Shoar Milli Reza Pahlavi. This is our national chant, Reza Pahlavi. When was this from?
Today.
This is today? Oh
yes.
My God.
Yes, it says video that has arrived shows a group of people in Tehran on Wednesday, 8th of Bahman, which is January 28th.
Oh my God.
This is literally right now, tonight.
I thought they received it today, but it was from before.
No,
but
this
people
is
are still chanting. Oh my God.
Breaking news, guys. I told you, when you're on Iran Revolution Live, you get the breaking news as soon as we get it. You want to hear that again, Armin?
Yes.
Okay,
that's really dangerous.
It is.
So guys, the reason why this is like, we might think like, Armin, why is this dangerous? Like, didn't we have like so much of this before? The reason why this is so much more dangerous is because the regime is now on full martial law mode, looking for anybody that might be daring enough to continue chanting to just come in and just execute on the spot, right? So the situation right now is very, very tense, and security forces are everywhere watching everything. This is why this is so brave at this moment. Oh, you have this.
Isn't it so cute?
Yes.
So guys, we compare Iran because Iran kind of looks like a cat, right? So there you go.
Yeah.
This is like one of the cuter ones that I found. The Persian cat. The Persian cat. There you go. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, that's a big deal. It's a big deal because we've seen footage where people who are chanting slogans like that from their balconies, right? They are they're being shot at.
Yeah. I mean, if you ever have time,
I have a lot of time. Let's go to your videos, please.
Well, okay.
I've
So
received
this
some
one,
new cities as well. So I'll go over the new cities in a little bit, but I want to go to your videos first because I'm still getting a whole bunch of emails.
So this response. Remember, we showed you guys Shamkhani, Ali Khamenei's advisor, come out and saying, basically threatening America and saying that. Well, let me actually translate this one for people who weren't here, right? So Ali Shamkhani is saying a limited strike is an illusion. Any military action from America, from any origin and at any level, will be considered the start of war, and its response will be immediate. Hashtag all out, weird hashtag, and all out, immediate, all out, and unprecedented targeting the heart of Tel Aviv and all supporters of the aggressor. All right, so this is Ali Shamkhani. This is one of the highest, most important officials in the Islamic Republic. He's also very famous for knowing how to bypass the sanctions, how to get oil to China, and basically find loopholes in the sanctions against the Islamic Republic to sell the oil. His son actually is an expert at that, right? But somebody responded to him, and this was being shared a lot. This is a perfect response. This is by an Iranian. Saying, let me see if the grok saying, didn't you say all the deaths were caused by Mossad agents? I beg you, please bomb Israel and the American bases in the region right now to avenge the blood of Iranian martyrs. You go first. So I don't know if you guys understand the joke here. This guy doesn't want Israel to be bombed. Their understanding is that if they try to attack Israel, that would basically start the war, and basically it would be the Islamic Republic that would fall after they respond. So he's basically calling their bluff, saying, didn't like you guys said, like the Mossad agents have killed thousands of Iranian people. Like, are you just not going to respond to that? Like, go ahead and respond. Like, what the hell? So daring them to go to respond so that they could actually get Israel to actually respond to them. Right? So yeah, trying to bait them. Exactly, trying to bait them. Let me see. There was so Tommy posted this. I think a lot of people would appreciate this, saying the difference between the Free Palestine mobs and those protesting for freedom of Iranians. So let's watch this video showing the difference between the crowds. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. They make us so proud. You're muted.
I have a video for you.
Oh, okay. Show me.
Let me just finish posting it. You're gonna like this.
Okay.
This is, you remember we were like doing the Sinazani and I was looking for a video.
Yes. Oh, I
found it.
Black.
I found it. So let me read the caption for you first. Let me introduce you to Muslim Shia music. These 7th century inbred savages think that just because they go to male-only nightclubs and beat their topless, sweaty chests in packed rooms while singing about jihad, that they are somehow more powerful than America. Garbage culture. Are you ready, Armin?
Yes.
Okay, guys. Are you guys ready? So these are the people who think that they're going to oh, is this Islamophobic? I don't care. You think I care?
Oh yeah. Hopefully.
They're literally singing about jihad and war.
دنیا شده آماده یک جنگ جهانی فریاد شیاطین جهان خان یهودی بیرون زده از حنجره شاه سعودی بیرون زده از حنجره شاه سعودی تکفیری و وهابی و داعش شده همدست اینها همه زیر سر شیطان بزرگه تا روح خدا در دل این خاک دمیده تا روح خدا در دل این خاک دمیده دشمن به خودش یک شب آرام ندیده دشمن به خودش یک شب آرام ندیده کم کم همه جا میرسد آوای حسینی بین المللی میشود این ارث خمینی آرام و قراره همه یک کفر به هم خود بیداری اسلامی دنیا که رقم خود با ما سخن از جنگ مگو ما که نمردیم ما پاسختان را به دم تیغ سپردیم از منطقه ما حذف شده واژه تسلیم در شام و عراق و یمن آماده جنگی در شام عراق و یمن آماده جنگی بر امر حاصل گبابیل ببارد هر قلب تلابی که سجیل ببارد فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید دوران معاوی صفتها به سرآید این پرچم شیعه است که بر قله دنیا هر کس علی دم بزند هموطن ما یا حیدر کرا.
There you go.
Okay, Goldie, this was so good. You know why? Because it included so much of what we've been talking about.
It included their entire jihad, Durka, Allahu Akbar nonsense. Guys, do you now understand when we say that we are literally occupied by Muslim Nazis? Do you now understand? Literally Muslim Nazis, every single one of them. That entire like gay Muslim nightclub, we need like a boom, 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 boom right there in the middle of that.
So Goldie, can you show the last few? There's so many good points in here
Armin,
that you could highlight.
I know you want to translate the whole thing. So I'll send you the video link. You can translate the whole thing. Here, let me.
This is so educational.
This is so educational. It is, honestly. Let's be fair, though. It is. Okay. Let me send you the video. This is the one that I was looking for the other night. Remember, we were playing all those Hey Dad, Hey Dad ones, and I couldn't find it because I posted it a while ago. And then I was searching for something else, and then I found this, and I was like, "Oh, Armin's gonna appreciate this one."
Oh yeah, this is so good because guys, this is like a 2-minute summary of the modern Shia doctrine and the philosophy behind building an imperial imamate across the Middle East and beyond.
Yeah, because they talk about all the countries, they talk about Tel Aviv, they talk about, the Yehud Jewish people. Like it's literally satanic death cult. Although, Armin, I'm pretty sure anyone who tuned in while we were hey-dadding was probably like, what the heck's going on?
Oh god, this is.
I mean,
such
you
a
guys know,
good
you guys
fact.
know we're making fun of the hey dad, but it's literally satanic, guys. I'm telling you, literally satanic. And remember, these are the Muslim Nazis who are murdering Iranians in the street right now, right? So there you go. This is the like 7th century barbarians that we're dealing with.
Yes.
Do you think my post is Islamophobic enough or not? I don't know. I can't tell if it's Islamophobic enough. I just called it garbage.
Islamophobic enough. I mean, you can never be too Islamophobic,
Yeah,
but
that's
I think Goldie, you, when it comes to Islamophobia, I think 10 out of 10 usually for you. So I trust this. It's good enough.
Okay.
Guys, you have no idea the level of Islamophobia that is going to hit the planet once Iran is free. You're afraid of me and Goldie, okay? Goldie and I, you have no idea what's coming. There's going to be a tsunami of Islamophobia taking over the entire world. Let us just free Iran first. This is not downloading. I have to wait for it. WhatsApp is really not good at. Can you send me the link?
Yeah, I'll send you the link to X, and then you can just download that. Sure, no problem.
Yeah.
And you know what's even more messed up? Like he's singing in Persian, right? So like these people are literally butchering our beautiful poetic language with their like garbage like Islamic jihad narrative, right? So they're like our language is so beautiful and so poetic, and like these savages are speaking in Persian. Like personally, to me it's actually insulting that they're singing about their jihad in Persian. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay. I want to start with the last few seconds first, because there's something so significant about this last few seconds. I'm glad that part was included, because it's very telling regarding nationalism and what these people are fighting for. Remember how we keep telling you that these people are anti-Iranian, and you think we might be exaggerating, that they're anti-patriotism, anti the concept of a nation state. What they want is like Islamic, they're fighting for an Islamic ummah, not an Iranian nation, but an Islamic ummah. So just look at how he mentions that in the last few seconds. Watch this part. So it's saying the era of oppression is going to be over. This it's a Shia flag that will be waved from the top of the world. So by the way, this means this is talking about world domination. So when it's saying it's not saying in Iran, the flag of Shia that will be waved from the top of the world. That means that it's not going to be Iran that is going to be Shia. The whole world is going to be Shia. So this is about world domination. Here, this part. Anyone who follows Ali is our compatriot. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're from Iran. It doesn't matter if you're from Iraq. It doesn't matter if you're from United States. It doesn't matter if from Lebanon. It doesn't matter if you're from South Africa, Japan. If you are a follower of Ali, you are our compatriot. You guys understand how this is an imamat ummah, an ummah leading by not a caliphate. A caliphate is Shia, guys. So a caliphate is Shia. This is the concept of an ummah led by an imamate. Exactly. Somebody's saying pan-Islamist. Exactly. This is pan-Islamism. This is pan-Islamism. This is basically rejecting the concept of a nation state, rejecting a concept of our compatriots being our fellow countrymen, like Iranians. This is basically rejecting the ideas of the borders and having a global community of Shia Muslims.
Well,
this is
Armin,
anti-patriotic, anti-nationalist. Yes, this
Armin,
is anti-Iranian.
Yeah, well, Armin, this ties into why all of the non-Iranian Muslim savages are supporting the Islamic regime, right? Because it's the pan-Islamist, right?
This is why Hashd Shabi and Fatimiyun, Hashd Shabi from Iraq,
Yeah.
Zainabiyun from Pakistan, and Fatimiyun from Afghanistan.
And the
are not considered-
Palestinians. The Palestinians
yes.
also support the Bangladeshis, right? Like all these like garbage, like 7th century savages support the Islamic Republic because of this whole pan-Islamism. They all consider themselves part of their like garbage ummah.
Yes. So for some people who might consider, like some of you might say, like, well, the Palestinians are not Shia. They don't follow Ali. So how are they part of this? This is for the Islamic Republic. This is a multi-layer battle. They think that one day they're going to convince the Palestinians to become Shia. Like, for example, in Iran, the Islamic Republic mentioned on state TV that they believe that Ismail Haniya, right before he died, he turned into Shia. Minutes before he died, apparently. Okay. Okay. Did you? So
and the Palestinians support the Islamic regime, even though they're Sunni, because they're literally like the prostitutes of the Middle East, and they'll support whoever pays them. And because the Islamic regime funds their jihad and funds their terror, the Palestinians wave the Islamic regime flag. So they're literally the prostitutes of the Middle East. Prostitute terror. Both.
And the guys, here's the problem with trying to dominate the world with Shia Islam. Shias are a minority of Muslims, right? So this is why the Palestinian cause is so important to the Islamic Republic, right? So imagine having the dream of dominating the whole world, but you can't even dominate the Islamic world because most Muslims reject your ideology because you're Shia, not Sunni, right? So this is why the Islamic Republic needs the Palestinian cause as a way to get united with other Muslims. Without the Palestinian cause, the Shia rulers would not be able to find a cause to get Sunnis backing a Shia ruler. That's the hatred for Jews. Jew hatred is the ultimate unifying factor and helps you make Sunni Muslims move past the point that you're not even Sunni. I mean, some Sunnis refuse to look past that, but it helps a lot. It helps a lot for you to get a lot of Sunni support, even though you admit that you want to at some point destroy all Sunni rules. You say that, right? By the way, you notice how anti-Saudi they are as well. Let's go through the beginning, through the whole thing from the beginning. So it's saying terror, corruption, and hypocrisy are united against us. The world has made itself ready for another world war. By the way, this whole world war talk. This is basically end times narratives, right? So when they're talking about a world war coming, they're also kind of referring to the coming of Mahdi, because they think that there's going to be a big global war that is going to facilitate the return of the Mahdi, the 12 Imam of Shia Muslims in hiding, the Imam of our time, in their opinion. We hear the shouts of the world-eating Jews. We hear the shouts of the world-eating Jews. So world-eating Jews is the idea that Jews are basically destroy everything. They consume worlds and destroy it, right? So the world eating means that like they shred everything into pieces. They come, they consume, they destroy worlds, entire worlds. So we hear the shouts of the world eating Jews. But from the throat of the Saudi king, right? So they believe that the Saudis are Zionist puppets. So they think that the Jews are scheming, right? Like the Jews are very secretive. They they would not say their own agenda always. They're not going to tell you what they're trying to do themselves. You always hear the Jews' propaganda through other people's mouths, either through feminists or through globalists or the Saudis or the media, but the Jews themselves will never basically they have puppets. Everybody is their puppets, but they themselves are not going to be giving out their narratives. So the Saudis are considered to be Zionist puppets. So that's why it says you hear the shouts of world-eating Jews from the throat of the Saudi king. Yeah, so we see seriously. So it's saying the Takfiris, the Wahhabis, and Daesh have joined together. So this is basically anti-Sunni. Okay, so the Islamic Republic is anti-ISIS, anti-Wahhabi. Takfiris are basically the same. The name they give Al Qaeda and ISIS and all these Sunni groups. So they're saying, by the way, for the Islamic Republic considers ISIS and Wahhabis to be the Zionist version of Islam. So the Wahhabis, the ISIS, Al Qaeda, these are all created by Zionists, and they're not real Islam. They are all puppets of the Zionists, in their opinion. Oh, all of this combined. So the Zionists and the Wahhabis and all of these groups, all of the world evil, the head of them is the great Satan. This is why, guys, their goal is eventually to come and take the great Satan out, which is the United States. This is why we tell you that the Islamic Republic is not just the enemy of the Iranian people, and it's not just the enemy of Israel. This is completely in their DNA from the very beginning, from day one, to eventually, once they get rid of the Saudis and Israelis and everyone else, to eventually come for United States. For United States is the main enemy. And a lot of isolationists in America, like Tucker Carlson or Nick Fuentes or Anna Kasparian, or all of these people think like, oh, they never had a problem with us. They only had a problem with Israel. We made this our problem because we're supporting Israel. That is absolute nonsense. We know this because in Iran, from day one, Khomeini and the Islamic Republic's agenda was to destroy the United States and completely destroy the world order as it is from day one. Even though Americans were trying to have a good relationship with the mullahs. Yeah, see, even though
that's such a good comment.
Yeah, that's good.
Even the Muslim Nazi savages know America's number one.
Is number one. Okay, yeah. So yeah, number one, Satan apparently is USA, and they're coming for that. Guys, remember, every time you hear Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, or Anna Kasparian, or Chunky Yogurt come and tell you that, oh, the Islamic Republic had no problem with the United States until we supported Israel, just remind them that United States, like they captured the U.S. embassy and took the hostages while America was trying to have a good relationship with the Islamic Republic. Like they captured the hostages without United States actually doing anything against them at all. Like so.
And guys, they're literally making like jihadi music videos about how they're gonna like exterminate the United States, right? So this is all taqiyya. It's all taqiyya. On one hand, they're like, oh, we have, it was like that Pizishkian interview when he's like, guys, so when we say death to America, we don't actually mean death to America. Remember that with Tucker Carlson?
Yes.
We
mean kill them with love. Kill them with kisses.
But this is who they are behind the scenes, guys. Now you know.
Yes.
Wait. And now you know.
And now you know. Okay. For as long as the divine spirit is in the heart of this soil, our enemies will not be allowed to sleep a single restful night. Wow. Sure, buddy. Sure. So basically, the summary of that is that as long as God is on our side, our enemies are shaking in fear. So the United States, Israel, and the Saudis, they're all having sleepless nights for as long as we have God on our side. Oh, this is, guys, soon everywhere we hear the name of Hussein. This is why you should always be at the lookout for the name Hussein. The Shias would come at you not with the name of Allah, not with the name of Muhammad. They will come sneak into your communities with the name Hussein, especially because a lot of you have your guards up for Allahu Akbar, and you are not looking for the actual keyword that the Shia imperialists
Ya Hussein.
Ya Hussein.
That's
Look
the other
for
one.
the name of exactly. Hussein is the more is how they will infiltrate, and they will tell you that, oh, he was just a freedom fighter. Like, they will not. This is what Shias would do when they come to Canada and United States and the UK. They will create institutions all with the name of Hussein without mentioning anything about Allah. They will talk about this hero, this legendary hero who fought against oppression 1400 years ago. And sometimes they wouldn't even tell you that this is Islamic. So be at the lookout for the name Hussein. Hussein was a terrorist. Yazid did nothing wrong. The legacy of Khomeini will become international. International. Sure.
Remember, Khomeini is the guy. He's the inbred Ayatollah that founded the Islamic regime, the one that France brought back to Iran. And Khomeini actually wrote a lot of very disgusting books where he spoke about how it's okay to have intercourse with babies.
Sexual relationship, intercourse for 9, but sexual relationship with babies.
Yeah, so he basically described how you can have sexual relations with babies and it's still it's still halal.
Yes.
Didn't he also write about the earthquake scenario? Do you know the earthquake scenario?
Yes, your auntie falling from the rooftop.
No,
you
not
falling
your
on your
auntie.
auntie.
So in his book, Khomeini, remember this is who these like Muslim jihadis are beating their chests for in their like Muslim jihadi nightclub. So Khomeini, the founder of the Islamic regime, in his book, and this, I'm going to use Armin's term, guys. This is very educational. So Khomeini, in his book, he wrote about a scenario where, let's say you're on one floor and your aunt is on the floor beneath you, and then suddenly there's an earthquake, and the earthquake causes the floor to crack, and you fall from the second floor onto the first floor. And if your male genitalia happens to enter your aunt's female genitalia as you're falling from the second floor to the first floor, and it goes like whoop. And if that happens and you impregnate your aunt, in the process, the baby is halal.
Is it halal? Okay.
He said it's halal. He said it's okay. So he said if that happens, so he said if you fall from the second floor to the first floor during an earthquake, and you impregnate your aunt.
She's not making this up, by the way.
Yeah,
Goldie is not making this up.
Not making it up. This is true. Yep, 100% true.
And now you know.
And oh my god, and now you know.
So you can keep the baby is halal.
Yeah, the baby is halal. You can keep the halal. The baby's not a bastard. Yes.
The baby is not a bastard. Okay.
Oh, yes. Someone asked who thinks of this. I don't know. Muslims. I don't know. Khomeini thought of this. I don't know. What is he? Is he a Muslim? He's a Muslim, right? There you go.
I think the point they're trying to make is that it was God. Obviously, you had no control over it, so it's not a sin. That's what I think they wanted to make the point. Yeah, but guys, the baby one is actually very disgusting. Like, we're talking about you, and this is in I think it's in his book Tahrir al-Wasail. Yeah, I think it's in that book of Khomeini. He basically means that you could actually have sexual relationship with a girl as young as 0, like 1 week old. The thing that you have to wait for the age 9 is intercourse. You could basically put your male genital in other places, like the leg of a baby, like an infant. That is allowed before 9. The thing that you have to wait for the girl to become 9 is intercourse, but everything else sexual is allowed even before 9. That's what Khomeini wrote in his book.
And that's what they're chanting about here. The legacy of Khomeini. They're talking about these things. This is the legacy that they want to make international.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes. And by the way, guys, this is like the Islamic Republic still publishes that book that Khomeini wrote this in with the stamp of approval of like the Ministry of Islamic Morality, and it still gets published to this day in Iran with that teaching in it. Yes.
Look at this comment.
Wait, when you said the world eating Jews, I thought the world was eating Jews, so I licked my hand and wanted to say it was too salty, and I don't recommend.
Good to know. Good to know. Oh my gosh.
Well, now that you know what the real meaning is, can you tell us what the world tastes like, given that you're eating it?
Yeah, let us know. Give us a piece or something.
Wait, somebody put like a wait. Where is this? Oh my god, it passed by. Oh, Jewish Samantha. This is good.
You know what? As we say in Persian, Nusha Jan. Nusha Jan means bon appetit. Nusha Jan.
Okay. All right. So the legacy of Khomeini will become international. Okay. The arrogant have been disturbed from their long comfort. What the wait, I think the translation here might have been wrong. Let me actually listen to what he said. Okay, so this is wrong translation, not the kof. I think kof. He's talking about the infidels. Kof. That's what he said.
Kafar,
the infidels.
Yeah, kafar is infidel.
Yeah. So this is wrong translation. The infidels have been disturbed from their long comfort. Yeah, so basically the entire infidel world, meaning non-Muslims, they're losing their comfort because of the global Islamic awakening. Guys, please keep noticing how it keeps talking about international, global. Like when we keep saying on this show that their agenda is global, you can see in their propaganda and their narratives, right? It's all about a global Islamic awakening. This is not in Iran. This is not in the Middle East. They're talking about a global Islamic awakening that is going to bring discomfort to all infidels, meaning all non-Muslims.
And sorry, just for one moment. And that's why the Iranian Revolution will have a huge impact on your lives as well. Because when we free Iran from these Muslim savages, right, that's also going to stop their global jihad against the rest of you, right? Because they're sending, like, they have so many sleeper cells in your countries. They have all these like garbage, like terrorist centers under the name of like Islamic cultural centers or whatever, right? So like they're not hiding who they are. And so this is why I'm so grateful that all of you are here and all of you are supporting us and you're supporting Iranians in overthrowing the regime and reclaiming our country, because this does not stop with Iran, right? They're using Iran as like their base for funding so that they can fund their global jihad around the world.
Yes, exactly. So the translation is a bit wrong. He's saying, don't talk about war. We're not dead yet. I mean, I am appreciating he's saying that, because hopefully we could change that for you soon. Yeah, our answer to you will be on the tip of a blade. On the tip of a blade. Okay. saying the concept of surrender has gone for our minds. Basically means that we don't know what surrender even means. Like we are incapable of surrendering. Yeah.
This is also the ideology of the Islamic regime. So when we tell you that you cannot negotiate with the regime, when you see the regime is constantly threatening the United States, even though like everyone knows you cannot beat the United States Army, but you're seeing these 7th century savages who are like, oh, if Tirab does anything, we are going to, you know, like, I don't know, Maduro him, or, you know, whatever like jihadi nonsense they put out. It's because this is literally their thinking. This is their ideology.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. This is why we keep telling you on this show that they are incapable of surrendering. They're incapable of accepting the terms of Trump because the terms of Trump on the terms on the table are not terms for negotiation. They're terms for surrender. And the Islamic Republic is incapable of accepting surrender because these are the Islamic Republic followers. These are the followers of the Islamic Republic. These are the only people who keep supporting the Islamic Republic. And any form of surrender will mean that they will lose their last remaining base of support, and that would bring them, even if the United States and Israel and the Iranian people, even if they don't end the Islamic Republic, then these people will. Look at this, guys. Look at this. They keep saying America, what, like Americans shouldn't meddle into our internal politics. Look at this. They keep saying, like, why is America meddling in our country? This is our own internal affairs. While they're singing about meddling in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen.
Yeah, because they've colonized all those countries with their Islamic terrorists, right? Their proxy groups.
Yeah. Yeah, this is by the way, this is before Assad fell. Okay. So this was at the time when they were so proud of their Shia empire beyond the borders of Iran, their basically Shia crescent, you know, Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, they considered that all to be their territory, and they thought that they're surrounding Israel. If you look at the crescent, they were surrounding Israel and Saudi Arabia. That was the whole point of the crescent. From you go to Yemen, and then you have Iraq, Lebanon, and Syria. Sorry, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. They thought that Saudi Arabia, which they consider to be Zionist, a Zionist puppet, and Israel together were being surrounded by the Shia crescent and ready for the final attack. Well, now you lost Syria, Iraq. We have to see. Well, I mean, you're dying yourself anyways. They lost Lebanon as well. Yeah, so saying in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, we are ready for war. Our missiles were rained down on our enemies. By the way, their missiles is the only main weapon that they have. That's why they're so proud of it. But look at the translation is not correct. Listen to the metaphor that they use. Ababil, guys, correct me if I'm wrong. This refers to the Quranic verse where the enemies of Islam were attacking on the elephants when they were attacking the Kaaba, and the birds came with stones and they dropped the stones on the army of elephants, and all the soldiers and the elephants died. So he's comparing the missiles of the Islamic Republic to the army of birds that drop stones on the enemies of Islam in the Quran. So that's what he's comparing that to. So he's using a metaphor. Yeah, so our Sejil missiles will drop in the heart of Tel Aviv. By the way, this is an admission to you wanting to kill innocent civilians, like heart of Tel Aviv. So this is basically an admission in support of human rights violation. They're not talking about like military bases. They're not talking about like attacking military bases. They're talking about the heart of Tel Aviv, where individual civilians live. Yeah, okay, so Muhammad is in chat saying, yes, it's in Surah Al-Fil. Yes, the chapter elephant in the Quran. Surah Al-Fil is the chapter elephant. So in the Quran, yeah, the Quran has a chapter called elephant. So it's in Surah Al-Fil. That's what he was referring to, that chapter of the Quran, the story of the Kaaba. The Kaaba was surrounded. So there were the enemy. Well, actually, yeah, there were this army that was trying to invade Kaaba, and they had like a whole bunch of elephants riding. By the way, elephants in Saudi Arabia, that shows that the Quran is fake. Elephants wouldn't last half an hour. An army of elephants in Saudi Arabia, they will die within half an hour in that drought. Okay, but this shows that the Quran is fake. But the story is like it was people riding elephants coming to try to destroy the Kaaba, and all the soldiers died except one soldier, so that that guy could go back and tell what happened. So yeah. Okay, so this one saying the voice of Haydar will prevail from the Kaaba. Do you know what this means? This is talking about the invasion of Saudi Arabia. So he's saying the shouting of the voice Haydar will prevail in Kaaba. This means that we will invade Saudi Arabia. The Shias will invade Saudi Arabia and capture Saudi Arabia, because Haydar is basically Ali. Haydar means lion, which they refer to as Ali. And in Kaaba, you finally be able to say Haydar, Haydar in Kaaba. That means that we will actually, one day we will bring the Kaaba and Saudi Arabia back to the fold of real Islam, which is Shia Islam. So the translation is saying the era of oppression will end, but what he's actually saying, the era of Muawiyah would end. Muawiyah represents oppression in their mind. Muawiyah was Yazid's father, and he was the best ruler. Okay, he was the best ruler. He wasn't even Muslim, guys. He wasn't even Muslim. Read this book by Robert Spencer. Did Muhammad exist? Muawiyah was, I think he was a Christian. Okay, Muawiyah was not, and Muawiyah was, yeah.
Sorry, someone's saying Tel Aviv is where the U.S. embassy is located. I thought they moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem recently.
Jerusalem, yeah.
Yeah, they moved it recently to Jerusalem. But to be fair, though, maybe when the song was made, the U.S. embassy was in Tel Aviv. So who knows?
No, yeah.
But I don't think it's referring to the U.S. embassy. They're referring to just murdering Jews in general. That's what they're referring to here when they're referring to the heart of Tel Aviv.
Yeah. And it was moved there in Trump's first term.
I think so,
right?
yeah.
So, guys, remember, so remember this. Muhammad, the prophet, okay? His daughter was Fatima. Fatima married Ali. Ali was somebody who lived with Muhammad his entire childhood. He's supposed to be also the first Muslim, okay? And then, actually, the first Muslim is Khadija, the first male Muslim. And then we have Ali and Fatima married each other. They had two sons, Hassan and Hussein. Okay, so when Muhammad died, the first Khalifa was Abu Bakr, the second Khalifa was Omar, the third Khalifa was Osman. Then Ali became the fourth Khalifa of Sunni Muslims and the first Imam of Shia Muslims. So Ali is the first Imam of Shia Muslims. Hassan is the second Imam. Hussein is the third Imam. The most important people you need to remember in Shia Islam is Ali and his wife Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad. And Hassan is not very important. Hussein, their second son Hussein, is very important. So Ali, Fatima, and Hussein are the most important three figures in Shia Islam. The fourth most important is Mahdi, the Mahdi in hiding. Okay, but when Ali was living, Muawiyah was ruling, and Ali and Muawiyah were enemies. So Ali represented strict Islamic observance and ruling with Islam. Muawiyah was secular and tolerant of different people. He was focusing on economy. He was focusing on prosperity. He was focusing on being acceptance of people with different views. And when Muawiyah was ruling, there was an era of peace. When Ali was ruling, it was all chaos. It was blood everywhere. Everybody was dying when Ali was ruling. So when they say the era of Muawiyah will end, so Muawiyah represents oppression in Shia Muslims, but Muawiyah was actually the best ruler. His son was Yazid, and Yazid was the person who fought against So it's interesting. Muawiyah's son Yazid was fighting in a battle in Karbala against Ali's son Hussein. And Yazid basically effed up Hussein in Karbala and his entire 72 people that were with him. And that's the thing that Shias cry about every goddamn year for 1400 years. But Yazid also was supposed to be a good ruler because he was going to follow his father's model. And Hussein should have been killed because he was a rebel against the legitimate ruler at the time, Yazid. And Hussein wanted to follow his father's model for ruling, which would have brought more war and chaos, just like his father did. So when they say the era of Muawiyah will end, that was literally the best time, the most prosperous, stable time in their history. Also, the era of Muawiyah-like people will end. So Muawiyah-like people was basically Israel, America, Saudi Arabia, stuff like that. This is the Shia flag that will be waved from the top of the world. Sure, buddy. Sure. So again, guys, this is basically world domination. When they say that the Shia flag, it's the Shia flag that will be waved from the top of the world. This is not Iran. This is not the Middle East. This is the entire world. This is their basically talking about their goal to dominate the entire planet. And this is pan Shia Islamism, not even pan Islamism, pan Shia Islamism, because Sunnis don't follow Ali. Sunnis consider this to be shirk. Sunnis consider, so if you're a Sunni, you read this, you think like, oh my God, these Shias are infidels. What the hell? Right? Because you're not supposed to follow Ali. You're supposed to follow Allah and Muhammad as a role model on how you follow Allah. There's nobody you follow other than Allah. So shirk in Islam is basically a sin when you associate partners with Allah. And for Sunnis, Shias are committing shirk, which is the only unforgivable sin, which makes Shias not even Muslim in the eyes of many Sunnis. Because look, anyone who follows Ali is our compatriot. So meaning that they're bragging about following Ali's way instead of Allah, which you're supposed to do as a Muslim. And also this is pan Shia Islamism, because compatriots are based on, look, it's not based on nationality, it's not based on being Iranian, it's based on being a follower of Ali. Being a follower of Ali basically has the same meaning of being a Shia Muslim. In fact, the word Shia, the complete version of the word Shia is Shi'atul Ali. Shi'atul Ali. Shi'atul Ali means the party of Ali, right? So the word Shia is a short version of the complete version of Shi'atul Ali, so means the party of Ali. So being a follower of Ali is the same thing as being Shia. So we will soon write Haydar Karrar, Imam Ali's honorific title. So where would they write this? Oh, Goldie, what do they say after this? Where are they going to write Haydar Karrar? Where are they going to write it? I think they're going to write it on the flag of Saudi Arabia. Ooh, what were they going to say next? Guys, what were we going to say next? We will soon write Ya Haydar Karrar, which means, basically, oh, Goldie, this is Khaybar. Look at this. So remember, there's two words. Oh, Goldie is busy with something. It's muted. Guys, remember, there's Haydar, and then there's Khaybar. You see, this is Haydar. Oh, Goldie is busy. Does she even hear us?
I'm listening. I'm just telling some garbage Palestinian person off. Someone like that. Some like Palestinian savage terrorist that runs something called Huda Beauty. This like crazy person like posted about she posted Islamic regime propaganda. So and then all the Iranians are going after her. So I'm just telling her to shut her mouth and telling everyone to go tell her what they think about garbage Palestinians. I don't understand. What? Who? So, guys, when we talk about the Ummah, this is what we're talking about. Like, why does this garbage Palestinian person think that they have the right to even talk about Iran and support the Islamic regime? Right? Like, you're not Iranian, first of all. Second of all, like, okay, if you're so threatened by the Ummah, you're just like proving yourself. But all of this, guys, all of this shows exactly what we're talking about when we talk about this pan-Islamism. We talk about this like global Ummah caliphate. Because again, why would some garbage Palestinian that supports Hamas post about Iran and make a post supporting the Islamic regime, right? Like, do you understand how garbage these, like, all of them, garbage people. So there you go. I'm just responding to her, but I'm listening to you, Armin. I'm listening. I'm typing in Farsi. I'm like, دیگه نبینمت راجب ایران صحبت بکنی، فلسطینی کثیف، دهنتو ببند بیشرف. I don't know if you're talking though. You're on mute.
Did you have the full version of this video that you sent me?
Full version of what?
This video, because it was getting very.
This is all I have. This is all
okay.
I have. You might have to go on YouTube or something to find the full thing.
Guys, if you could send me the full version, I would be very grateful. But by the way, guys, are you finding this educational, this translation? Because I think like you're all gonna have a doctorate in Islamic studies, in Shia Islamic studies. If I keep going through all of this, let me know. Let me see if in the chat if people are even finding this helpful or not. Yes. Okay. So guys, there's Haydar and there's Khaybar. Khaybar refers to a door. Haydar, it refers to a lion, which is Ali himself. It does. Sohail, are you here? Can you send me the full version of this? Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Haydarek, maybe if I search for Haydar. Madahi Haydar, huh? Haydar. If I search for Madahi and Haydar, maybe it will show up. Haydar. I found something else we could go through. Good too. This is good too. Okay,
as Armin says, this is very educational. But you know what? This is educational because these guys it's literally a Muslim Nazi cult, right? So if you want to understand why you cannot negotiate with these people, if you want to understand why these people are so bloodthirsty and savage, right? I mean, think of like Scientology, but like a million times worse.
Okay, let's go through this one first. Sorry, I had my mic mute. So, guys, this guy, Haj Mahmoud Karimi, he's very close to Khamenei. This is Khamenei's favorite maddah. So, I don't know if maddah is somebody who sings.
What's a maddah?
Maddah is basically the people, the singers of this Shia.
He's the jihadi beatboxer.
Yeah. So Maddahi is this type of music, and Maddah is the person who sings like this. Okay, so this guy, Haj Mahmoud Karimi, is Khamenei's favorite Maddah. Khamenei considers Maddahi to these types of music to be a very important part of regime propaganda. He says it, like he doesn't hide this. Like in Khamenei's speeches, he keeps giving directions to the maddahs on what to focus on, because he thinks, I don't know if he knows, but that the young population doesn't follow these anymore. But he thinks like people are like listening to see what the maddah will say to regarding what to believe. So sometimes when he comes to give Khamenei, when he comes and gives speeches, he has these little notes, and he looks at the notes and he tells these Maddah people to what type of songs to make. Right? That's how important. And again, Khamenei loves this guy, and he is very close to Khamenei. This, you know how in the Bible it says God is the Alpha and Omega. This is like this. When I'm telling you, they treat Ali like he's God, and I'm not exaggerating, guys. They don't treat Ali like he's an imam. They treat Ali like he's a god. Like, let me tell you why I'm not exaggerating. Okay, Ali and Fatima, they treat him like they're God. So, for example, Fatima, we have been told by Shia Muslims, by religious teachers in Iran, that before God created anything, well, he created everything and anything and everything for the sake of creating Fatima. For the sake of Fatima existing, God created everything. Right? So, yeah, and again, this is our Trinity. This is the Shia Trinity. Exactly. Ali, Fatima, and Hussein are the Shia Trinity. But look at what he's saying here. He's saying, Haydar, 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 Avvalo. Wait, do we see? This is in Haydar, Haydar. Haydar, Haydar, Avvalo Akhar Haydar, which means Haydar, the beginning and the end, Haydar. Haydar is again referring to Ali. So the beginning and end of everything is Ali. Haydar, Kosar, Haydar. So what is it? Kosar, Haydar's bullet, Haydar? I don't know. Talking about how wronged he, like the way he was a victim. He was somebody that managed to overcome things, but Ali. This is supposed to be Ali. They're not supposed to show his face. That's why they're making it so bright.
Yeah, because if you show someone's face, that's when they like go all Allahu Akbar on you and cut off your head, right? Because it's blasphemy to show someone's face. Do you remember that South Park episode where they wanted to show Muhammad, but they couldn't show him, so they put him in a teddy bear costume?
Yeah, that was good. So let me actually. So guys, this is important. Look, they're singing about Ali like he's so sweet and he's so loving and he was the victim. Let me see. So they're blessed. They're talking about Fateh Khaybar Haydar. So he was Haydar Fateh Khaybar. Listen to this. Listen. So guys, you guys know, Jews in the chat, do you know what Khaybar is referring to? Haydar, Fateh Khaybar Haydar. So basically, Ali, the conqueror of Khaybar, Ali. So if you're a Jew, a real Jew, you should know what Khaybar is. No, people are saying Haydar is killing. No, Haydar, it means lion. Lion refers to Ali. So Ali is the first Imam of Shias. So they're saying, oh, Ali, the conqueror of Khaybar. So let me read this for you. The Battle of Khaybar in basically 628 CE in modern-day Saudi Arabia was a pivotal conflict where 1,500 Muslims, led by Prophet Muhammad, defeated the fortified Jewish alliance in Khaybar, known for the bravery of Ali ibn Abi Talib, otherwise known as Ali, and the surrender of the fortress. It solidified early Islamic military strength. Let me summarize this for you. They're celebrating a massacre of Jews. because Ali was the person that basically managed to single-handedly, apparently, take down the gates to their fortified area, and after that they started slaughtering Jews. So you see how lovingly he's singing about, oh Haydar, Haydar, Fateh Khaybar, Haydar, basically literally translates to lion, lion, the conqueror of Khaybar, lion, right? They're talking, this is about conquering Jews, Ali conquering and slaughtering Jews.
Hey.
I don't know what Saghir Kosar means.
Sorry, I just want to respond to one of the comments. So someone was like, Goldie, I should email this video to President Trump. There's no way in hell that I'm gonna like email a hey dad video to President Trump. Just saying. That would like put me on like the blacklist or something. Like I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that. You guys, you Americans, 100%. Please, like if you wanna send this to President Trump, go for it. But I have a feeling that if like a random Iranian was like, here, President Trump, here's a video about Haydar, whatever, I would be blacklisted. So nope, I'm not doing it. but you guys should.
Somebody just made me doubt myself, saying, oh, Kosar is the river in Jannah. Thank you. By the way, the person who says Haydar is not a lion, Haydar is a lion. I just checked again. Is the masculine name of Arabic and Persian origin, primarily meaning lion, brave. Yes, so it does mean lion. So it just basically refers to somebody who's brave. And Kosar apparently is a river in heaven, in Jannah, in Islamic heaven. So when it says Saghir, Saghir Kosar means that he is the basically like a drug dealer for the river in in heaven. Like the person who gives you the intoxicating water. Let me actually listen to it again. So Haydar, Awwal wa Akhir Haydar. So basically saying Ali, the first and the ending, the beginning and the end. This is just like the Bible, right? The beginning, Ali is the beginning and the end. Saghir Kosar. Guys, how do you say Saghir in English? Basically, we call in Iran, we call the person who brings you weed, we call them Saghir, like the person who brings you your jug. But here, Saghir Kosar means that the person in heaven who gives you the water from the Kosar river in heaven. So he is the person who's basically has access to the rivers of heaven, something like that. Mazlum Fateh. So he's both a conqueror and a victim, apparently. He's somebody who's a conqueror, but also somebody who's always wronged. No, Fateh. I thought it says Fateh. Fateh. What's Fateh, guys? Yeah, it's like a dealer. Yes, like a dealer. Well, guys, what is Fateh? Can somebody tell me that? There's mix of Persian and okay, so there's here he says Fateh, and then Fateh. Fateh comes from Fateh, means conquering. Yeah, like a wine service. Like if you go to heaven, Ali is the person who's giving you like the wine-like waters of the rivers in heaven. What? Let me see. You fell on Zahra's bed, Dad. Uftadi dar bastar Zahra, Baba. So I think this is about the time that Ali was injured. So Baba, he's speaking on behalf from the perspective of one of Ali's sons when he witnesses his father just falling into the bed of Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad. He's saying he's basically one of Ali's sons is telling his father that your eyes is like a sea now from the amount of tears. I can see the sadness inside from your throat, like your throat. I can see that you want to cry. Oh, this is okay. I think you have Zahra on your lips. That I think that they're talking. You guys, look at this here. You see here, it says Fatima. Fatima is the name of Muhammad's daughter and Ali's wife. So I think this part is referring to the time where Ali was crying because his wife Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad, was killed. Guys, who killed? According to Shias, who killed Ali's wife? Who killed Fatima, who was Ali's wife and Muhammad's daughter? Omar. Omar, which was the second caliph for Sunnis. You see, this is an anti-Sunni message as well. So Shias blame the second caliph of Sunnis, Omar, for killing Fatima, which is one of the holiest people in Shia Islam. So Omar, who Sunnis love as their second caliph, Shias hate him as the murderer of Fatima. And this part of the song is about Ali crying over the fact that Fatima is dead and he's falling into his bed and his eyes is filled with water like a sea, and his son is witnessing it. By the way, guys, don't celebrate Omar, because Omar is also the person who invaded Iran, ancient Persia, and made Iran conquered by Islam. Okay, so don't say like, oh, okay, Omar seems like a nice guy. No, Omar. We Iranians also hate Omar because it was under his rule. Like, remember, guys, put the Sassanid symbol in the chat. You know, the Derafshi Kaviani. Okay, it was, according to Muslims, it was Omar who basically attacked the Sassanid dynasty under the banner of Derafshi Kaviani. Omar was the one who brought Iran under the domain of Islam. Right? So, guys, is this educational? Hussein or Hassan or Hussein is telling their father that oh my God, you're telling to their dad, you're shaking hands, like basically witnessing his dad Ali's hands are shaking. So saying, my dad, your hair is filled with blood. Oh, like clear your tears, dad. Has Zainab died? Is Zainab dead? Wipe your tears, dad. Name. Okay, so Haydar is referring to Ali indirectly, but now they're mentioning his name directly. Ya Ali means O Ali, O Ali, O Ali. So here it says, you can see here it says Ali. Guys, look at the way that they're treating the name Ali. This is worship. Okay, so I don't agree with Sunnis often, but I agree with them on this. Sunnis accuse Shias of worshiping Ali, Hussein, and Fatima. And is this not, instead of God? I mean, look at this. Is this not worship of Ali? This is worship of Ali. So, yeah, I mean, Shias are mushrik. They're mushrikeen. They are partnering Ali with God. This is why sometimes Sunnis tell me that, Armin, don't call yourself an ex-Muslim. You were never a Muslim. You were a Shia. So you were never a Muslim to begin with. So stop calling yourself an ex-Muslim. That's what sometimes Sunnis tell me. for us, when we okay, so you know how Yo Ali is something that you say when you're also like, if you're not religious, it's common to say Yo Ali when you're lifting something heavy or you're trying to do something tough. Like imagine if you're like picking up something really heavy and you can't, you're like Yo Ali, and then you lift it up, right? So just to get some motivation to lift it. Another time people say Yo Ali is when they're on the toilet and they're basically it's not coming out, right? And you're putting, so I still have that habit, by the way. This is a habit that I haven't yet, I still have from back in the day. When you're on the toilet and it's not coming out and you're like really trying to get it out, sometimes you just shout Yo Ali and then it just comes out. You know, you put describing how sad Baba is, Baba Ali, from the perspective of Hussein. This is now less educational. I do want to find the rest of this though. Somebody send me the rest of this, please. This was very educational. So I'm saying, I beg your finest pardon. Yes. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yo, somebody's saying Yo Ali, and then wait a second. Yo, you guys are amazing. Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Yep. You guys are amazing. Yes, we do summon the name of Ali when we're shitting on the toilet. It's true. Yeah. Wait, we got a super chat here. It works. Oh wait, so somebody's saying, tell people how Muhammad chose the biggest statue in Mecca that was called Allah as their God. It existed before Islam and Muhammad. Okay, guys, I don't know. These are, if you want to, if you want to know the true history, this is the true, like, if you really want to understand the true history of Islam, not the one that Muslims tell you. Oh, this is upside down. Read this book. Did Muhammad Exist by Robert Spencer. Best book. What the hell am I looking at? What is this?
This is Huda Beauty's biggest customer. So Huda Beauty's like, I don't know, she's like some Arab. I don't know if she's like Iraqi or Palestinian or something. She posted a video. She posted this video of Islamic regime propaganda of people like burning the picture of like President Trump and King Reza Pahlavi. I mean, I'm assuming she did that because she thought that Iranians think like Arabs, right? And so Iranians didn't like that. So now there was a huge backlash internationally, and Iranians are literally boycotting her. And so Neo Berg posted this picture, and she said, "This is Huda Beauty's biggest customer." So, guys, when I tell you that we Iranians were not Arab, I'm not exaggerating, because we respect Arabs, we respect you guys, but we're not, our culture and our values are very, very different, and we're not going to rally around the flag. So a lot of Iranians were very, very offended by her supporting the Islamic regime, and now there's a huge boycott. So there you go. So apparently this is Huda Beauty's biggest makeup customer now. I don't know. It you know what, they deserve each other. They deserve each other. But yeah, like if some random non-Iranian Arab is going to post videos of like Islamic regime propaganda where people are burning images of President Trump, that's going to offend Iranians, because we're not part of the Ummah. And when I say we Iranians, we're not Arab, yeah, like we're not going to run around yelling Allahu Akbar, burning images of President Trump. So I don't even know what she was thinking. I mean, if honestly, like if she's American, you guys need to like deport her, like take away her citizenship and kick her out of your country, because that is like warning signs right there. Like, to me, like the red flags are going off here. So anyways, Iranians are giving her a piece of their mind. So there you go.
What is happening though? What is she doing?
She posted some image. She posted a video. Here, I mean, I can show you if you want.
Yeah.
واقعا عربی کثیف خیلی بیشوره. So Oh wait, let me find the one. There was one I think I liked. Let me see if I can find it here. واقعا خرن، یعنی نمیدونم چرا این عربا فکر میکنن که ما مثل اونا فکر میکنیم. So she posted this video of Islamic regime propaganda to her Instagram story, where it's like these Islamic regime Iranians who are burning images of President Trump, Netanyahu, and some are saying she's Iraqi, some are saying she's Palestinian, some are saying she's from Dubai. I don't care what she is. She's not Iranian. She's Arab. She's Arab. You guys figure out which one of you she belongs to. But anyway, she posted that. This is her, Qiyafe Gande. She posted that. And then of course there's backlash, right? And then so this guy,
the brutal massacre.
I have a lot of respect for him. So he's spoken about this. So
Huda Beauty supports terrorism. After the brutal massacre of the Iranian people by the Islamic Republic regime, Huda Katan has decided to break her silence and share a story on her Instagram profile supporting the terrorist regime. Yeah.
Wow.
Of course, after facing immediate backlash from the Iranian community, she took the story down in just a couple of hours, making it seem as if it was an honest mistake. However, it is worth mentioning that in a live video with another Iranian content creator in 2020, her sister Mona had admitted that they have Iranian ancestry. She said that they had traveled to Iran multiple times to visit cousins as children, and even her father, who was sitting beside her in the live video, said that he was half Persian and even spoke a few sentences of Persian. So this was by no means an honest mistake born out of ignorance or lack of information about the actual situation in Iran. It was a deliberate, calculated statement. And to add insult to injury, since Huda took down her story, her sister Alia has been sharing IRGC and Islamic regime propaganda on her Instagram profile. But of course, we all knew that she was a terrorist sympathizer. We all knew that she intentionally avoided working with gay and trans content creators for years, and that she purposefully referred to the Persian Gulf as Arabian Gulf to infuriate Iranian people. But to unapologetically support a regime that has executed, killed, shot, burned, maimed, blinded, imprisoned, and tortured tens of thousands of innocent Iranian civilians in a matter of days requires a whole new level of audacity. And of course, we, the Iranian people, are furiated and are going to not only boycott you and your overrated, overpriced, mediocre product, but any influencer or content creator who ever decides to collaborate with your brand again. ويوم تفتح متاجر عالمية مثل سفورة فروعها في إيران الحرة ما راح يكون فيها ولا رف لهدى بيوتي. العار عليك والعائلتك.
Oh wow, his Arabic is really good. I know. So he's Iranian. He's Iranian. He's part of the LGBT community. I know him. Very, very sweet guy. So I mean, when even he
how does he speak such good Arabic?
I don't know, man. But that's amazing. Good for him. Good for him. But yeah, so I kind of like reposted this, and I was like, the global outrage by Iranians to this anti-imperialist 7th century Arab who shared a pro-Islamic regime video of people burning images of President Trump is the perfect example of what I mean when I say Iranians aren't Arab. And now you know. Smiley face. So there you go. I mean, you know what it is? She probably thought that we're like the Palestinians, right? Because during the whole like Gaza terrorist jihad nonsense, she was like posting anti-Israel, pro-terrorist, Palestine stuff. And then, all the Palestinians were like, Allahu Akbar, right? We love you, Huda Beauty. So she probably thought that if she does the same thing, now that it's Iran, that all the Iranians would, do the same thing. Meanwhile, Iranians are like, they're posting videos of themselves, throwing out her makeup. I mean, I never bought her makeup products anyway, because her makeup products is garbage, and like I'm very picky about the makeup products that I personally buy. But I know a lot of Iranians did, so all the Iranians are like throwing out the stuff, and then that's where this image comes from. So Neo posted this, and she said Huda Beauty's proudest customer. So there you go.
Okay, I found the full version of the video that you gave me.
Oh, okay. We're going back to Haydar. Let's do it.
No, I don't know. Do we want to?
Look, it's up to you. If the viewers want it,
yeah.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm asking the audience.
Yeah, if do you guys want more Haydar or do you want like other things? Up to you guys. Yeah, lipstick on a pig. That's the perfect description. Oh, there is
Hey,
one.
don't insult pigs. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Pigs are great. I love pigs.
So this was actually something interesting that the Department of War posted. There is nothing so likely to produce peace as to be well prepared to meet the enemy. General George Washington. That's interesting, don't you think?
Yeah.
Department of War posted that earlier today, so
it's good. It's a good thing. There's nothing so likely to produce peace as to develop. Yep, exactly. It's good to remind people of General George Washington because their revolution had the French assistance, so revolutions need foreign assistance. Okay, most people said yes. 1% said no more, but most people said yes.
All right, go for it.
Okay. All right, let's remove this one.
And I will. I'm gonna check my. I think I have to make some tea, and I'm gonna check my email as well to see if we have any more cities because we have like a few more cities added to our list as well.
Okay. And by the way, after this, I might have to go soon because I have some people trying to contact me. So, is that okay? Are you muted?
Yeah, I'm not gonna stay too much longer. After I'm just gonna check my emails and make sure the list is updated. I'm checking the news. I don't see any updated news. So yeah, after this, we can probably call it a night.
Okay, sounds
good. I'll
good.
be back.
So let me, yeah, fantastic. Guys, this is actually, I really actually enjoy going through this because it's the best way to teach you about the mix of geopolitics and Shia Islam in the Middle East. I think going through these Maddahi videos is it's the easiest way to go over how Shia Islam and politics in the Middle East merge with each other. Nothing explains it better than these videos. Nothing explains it better than these videos. So let me see. Watch this. Haydar. Again, guys, Haydar means lion, brave. It's a nickname for Ali, the first Imam of Shia Muslims. So you conspired with power, wealth, and deception. I think this is directed at world powers. The world has been ready for a world war. Again, guys, remember when they talk about world war, this is also a kind of hint at the world war that is going to bring back the coming back of the Mahdi. The coming back of the Mahdi. The cry of the world destroyer devil Jews. Again, so Jahan Khar literally says world eating, but this translation is trying to say by world eating mean world destroy. But guys, the conspiracy regarding Jews is that all great nations and all great empires that have failed in history, most of them who have failed in history, there were Jews behind it. So Jews are a jealous bunch of people who want to destroy anything that is working for the sake of their own strength and power, right? So if you have an empire, if you have like a nation, whatever you had, they will come and from behind the scenes, they will try to destroy. They only want, according to these people, they only want their societies to work. They only want themselves to be successful and they want to ruin everything else, everything that is not them. So that's why they're world eating. They basically consume the world, they eat it, they destroy it for their own gains. By the way, YouTube, this is not what I'm saying. I'm basically explaining Shia ideology, okay? I hope YouTube doesn't think that this is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, like it's coming from the throat. The shouts of the world-eating Jews, their narrative, their stories, their shout, their voice is coming from the throats of the Saudi king. Basically, considering the Saudis to be Zionist puppets. So look at this. They say Takfiri is like Al Qaeda. Takfiri is kind of like Al Qaeda, but ISIS is also Takfiri, right? So Takfiri is Al Qaeda, and so do you guys want me to explain what Takfir is? Takfiri is like Khawarij. So Islam is actually, there used to be three different groups. The three different groups used to be the Shias, Sunnis, and then Khawarij. The Khawarij were against the Sunnis and the Shias, and they were famous for takfiring people left and right. So takfir is the act of considering somebody a non-Muslim, but the Khawarij did that. So if you say somebody who says that they're a Muslim, if you say that they're not a Muslim, if you, like, for example, let's say I say, hey, I'm Armin, I'm a Muslim. If you come and say to me or to other people that Armin is not a Muslim, basically the act of trying to kick me out of Islam, out of the fold of Islam, is called takfir. Is that un-Islamic according to Shias and Sunnis? No. But there's a process to it. And the people that you can takfir, there are certain things you have to do for somebody to be able to announce that you're not a Muslim. So for example, if you say, I don't believe in Allah, it's justified to say that you're not a Muslim. If you say that I don't believe in Muhammad being the prophet of Allah, it's justified to say that you're not a Muslim, right? Here's something in Islam, and Shias and Sunnis, some agree on this, on average agree on this. If you sin, that's not reason enough to say that you're not a Muslim, according to Shias and Sunnis. But according to the Khawarij, it was enough. So for example, if I say, I'm Armin, I'm a Muslim, and then you watch me drink alcohol, like, oh, Armin is drinking alcohol, so he's not a Muslim. According to Shias and Sunnis, no, that was not reason enough to takfir Armin. Because you could be a Muslim that is sinning. A sinning Muslim is still a Muslim. All Muslims sin except the prophets, and according to Shias, also the Imams. But everybody else sins. So sinning does not take you out of the fold of Islam. But the Khawarij were the people, however, if you deny that this is a commandment from Allah, then we can takfir you. Okay, so this is very important. This is very important because if I'm Armin and I say I'm a Muslim and I drink alcohol, say Armin is not a Muslim, that's wrong. But if you say, Armin, you're a Muslim, why are you drinking? If I say, oh no, yeah, you're right, this is so bad, I don't know, it's my weakness, I can't stop drinking alcohol, but I know this is wrong, then even though I'm drinking alcohol, I'm still a Muslim. But if I drink alcohol and say, well, Allah doesn't care that I drink alcohol, or this is not a sin that I'm drinking alcohol, then according to the Quran, denying the commandments of Allah is reason enough to takfir somebody. Okay, so just like if I say I don't believe in Allah, you can takfir me. If I say I don't believe in Muhammad, you can takfir me. If I'm drinking alcohol or having sex before marriage, you cannot takfir me. But if I say that, oh, having sex before marriage is not a sin, then I have denied the commandment from Allah, you can takfir me. I can sin while agreeing that I'm sinning, then I'm still a Muslim. But if I sin and deny that I'm sinning, that's a denial of the commandment of Allah. And then according to Sunnis and Shias, then you can takfir me. However, the Khawarij, unlike Sunnis and Shia, they were a group of people who would takfir anybody just for sinning. Just for sinning. So if you drink alcohol, you're not a Muslim. Sex before marriage, you're not a Muslim. Okay, so those were the Khawarij. and they were the enemies of both Shias and Sunnis. Okay, eventually they evolved to something weird, like in Oman. The Muslims there come from the Khawarij, which is weird. I'm not going to get into that. That's too much detail, right? So, according to Shia Muslims, the Al Qaeda and ISIS. No, sorry. Yeah, actually, according to many Muslims today, not just Shia Muslims, they're takfiris, right? They're takfiris just like the Khawarij used to be, right? So when they call the Khawarij were supposed, according to Muslims today, the Khawarij were an evil bunch of people, like really evil bunch of people. They would put babies on spears and like spin it around or whatever. I don't know. But when they're calling you a takfiri, they are referring to the habit of those Khawarij Muslims who would basically takfir anybody for just sinning. And the issue of takfiring is not the real problem here. The issue of being like Khawarij is the main problem, but they are referred to as takfiris. Guys, was that too much detail? Let me know if that was too much detail. Like, did I get into too much detail here? So
I mean, you're getting into too much detail for me. And I'm familiar with this stuff, so I don't know. I think people just want to hear the jihadi music video with the translations.
Okay, fine. Okay. Let me know in the chat. Okay. So takfiris like Al Qaeda and ISIS, the Wahhabis and ISIS. Daesh means ISIS. So saying the takfiris and the Wahhabis and ISIS, they all are now united together under the great devil that is the United States. So they're all like the Jews, the ISIS, Wahhabis, all are under the umbrella of the great Satan, which is the United States. So for as long as the spirit of Allah has been is in the soil, so basically, as long as Allah is on our side, that's what it means. So our enemies will not get a comfortable night. They will have sleepless nights as long as God is on our side. And for it to say God is on our side, meaning when he says God's spirit is inside our soil, meaning that as long as Iran is being ruled by Islam, right? So listen to this. This part is very interesting. Look. So it's saying as long as the spirit of God is, so the translation is wrong. So as long as God is blowing his spirit into our land, our enemies will be afraid, will continue to be afraid, will not be able to sleep at night. Basically, this is a metaphor for saying as long as Iran is ruled by Islam. This is why it's very important. I was going to say hijab, but this is Hey, I was just going to say, as long as women in Iran are wearing hijab, our enemies will be afraid. And Goldie just wore a hijab. Wait, look at this. Hey, Dad. Okay. Go. You need to wear black. Do you have
I'm wearing black.
Okay,
It's
good. Let's cover it. Okay. That's good. All right, let's continue. Okay, Goldie, you're doing it too. So this is.
I don't know how Muslims do it. Don't criticize me.
No. It's funny. My criticism is funny. This is going to arouse people because you're moving too much.
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
as a woman,
Sorry. Okay.
yeah, as a woman.
How am I supposed to
so
do it
this
as a
is
woman?
what-
Please teach me. Teach me.
What you're doing, what men you're doing, what how men do it. Okay, so
Oh,
as a
okay.
woman, you have to be very gentle,
Oh,
just
okay.
so that nobody gets too excited watching you like move your body, right? So you have to be just like this, like this. If you go like this, people are going to lose control. You don't know what's going to happen. No, seriously, that is the reason. You have to be very gentle. Yeah, okay.
I'm learning. Guys, I'm learning how to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
همه کفر هم خود بیداری اسلامی دنیا که رقم خود با ما سخن از جنگ مگو ما که نمردی ما پاسختان را به دم تیغ سپردی از منطق ما حذف شده واژه تسلیم در شام و عراق و یمن آماده جنگی از شام عراق و یمن آماده جنگی در امر حاصل گوابیل ببارد هر قلب تلاوی که سجیل ببارد فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید فردا که دم حیدری از کعبه براید دوران معاوی صفتها به سرایت این پرچم شیعه است که بر قله دنیا هر کس علی دم بزند هموطن ما یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی یا حیدر کرا زند نقش به زودی بر پرچم سبز عربستان سعودی بر پرچم سبز عربستان سعودی
حیدر
Okay.
All right, that's enough. That's enough jihad for a lifetime for me. I'm done. Sorry.
Okay,
That's enough Allah Akbar for me. I'm done.
Okay, I'm not gonna play. Oh my god, we got to look at that was so funny. Oh my god, that was
I don't own a chador. I mean, I could grab like a bed sheet and just wrap that around me, but I don't actually have.
Yes.
I don't have a chador or anything like that.
Yes, do that.
Right. You know what? So, guys, for those of you who are watching that video with me before Armin came, Rebel Media was right about me. Rebel Media was right. I just
did they
exposed
say?
myself. You're not.
Rebel Media is
I don't
against
think
you?
you're ready for that video.
Rebel Media is against you?
Oh yeah,
I thought they were like anti-Islamic stuff.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. Shouldn't they
Welcome
be
back, Goldie. Thank you. It's good to be back. Oh yeah, there you go. See, the Persian cat strikes again. I don't know. Should I show Armin? Armin said he has to go, so maybe he has to wait until tomorrow or like another time to see the video.
Can I make a 10? I'm not going to play the audio. Can I make a 10-second point about this video? This last part.
Okay, fine.
No, not this one. Not this
face
one.
is so ugly.
Guys, look. No, not this part. This part, guys. You know, on the flag of Saudi Arabia, what does it say? It says, "La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasulullah." Right. So look how anti-Islamic Shia Islam is, because they say that when they invade Saudi Arabia, they're going to remove that. And on the green flag of Saudi Arabia, that's what the song says. They're going to write Haydar Karrar on the green flag of Saudi Arabia. So they want to remove the statement on the flag that says there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. And they prioritize writing this Haydar Karrar, which is Ali. So for them, Ali is above Muhammad and Allah.
You know what? I hope Rebel Media takes a screenshot of that and reports on that. And it's like, oh, Goldie's actually a Muslim.
Can you buy a chador just so that we could do a proper? I will wear black. You could wear a black chador,
Okay, I
And then we
have
could
to
do
go
this
like
again.
I have to go like buy like a black bed sheet. Okay, let me go buy a black bed sheet because I don't think I have anything black. I
You
mean,
could buy a chador on Amazon. I'm pretty
I'm
sure
not
they
gonna
have that.
waste my money on a chador. At least if I buy like a black bed sheet, I could use it after as a bed sheet. What am I gonna do with a chador? I'll just burn it. So
Okay. Can you just tell me what Rebel News had against you? Like, this is kind of weird, though.
should
Like
we
what?
show Armin? Should we show Armin?
No, just tell me. Okay. Tell me. Show me.
Okay. All right, I will
I
show
need
you.
To, yeah, I need to get a beard, like something for the.
So they made this video about me back in 2017.
Okay, good. This was the secret that you guys in the chat wanted to hide from me. Now I'm gonna see it.
The infiltration of apparent non-conservatives into the Progressive Conservative Party of Ontario continues unabated. Indeed, what other conclusion can one draw regarding the curious case of Goldie Gamari, the PC new riding of Carleton? In the case of Gamari, her resume would suggest that she is anything but a conservative. For example, she has publicly stated on numerous occasions that she's a Liberal supporter and even a social justice advocate. Yet somehow she's the candidate of choice in Carleton. Consider these ominous facts about Gamari regarding her conservative credentials. For example, during the 2011 federal election campaign, Gamari publicly attacked then Conservative Prime Minister Stephen Harper. Check out this statement directed at the former PM. Quote, "Shame on you and your smear campaign propaganda. You're an embarrassment to all Canadians," end quote. In fact, Gamari was apparently a frequent commentator on a Stop Harper website.
Was that you?
And she was full of
That one was
admiration
me.
for Michael Ignatieff, the then leader of the Liberal
This
Party.
is 2011.
Stated Gamari in one gushing post regarding the visiting professor, quote, "You are too educated."
So this video was made about me in 2017, but they were using things that I said in 2011 when I was a young university student. To like they wanted to make it seem like I'm some sort of like crazy radical leftist.
Educated and well-mannered for the Canadian population. Thank you for running a clean, smear-free campaign, end quote. Yes, folks, anyone who voted Conservative in 2011 was apparently too stupid or too ungrateful to realize what a gem we had in the persona of Mr. Ignatieff, who has since fled Canadians.
Sorry?
I said you look good here in that picture.
Thank you. I was young and innocent. So this is before I got elected. This is 2017. So I was still like young and innocent here. This photo's from 2016. Like this photo's from 10 years ago.
Well, closer to Ontario PC land, Gamari has also publicly attacked MPP Lisa MacLeod.
Not true.
It would seem odd to allow this to occur when the PC party has often stated it is committed to a fair and unbiased nomination process. However, astute observers of nomination meetings over the last several months know full well that fiascos and even fraudulent activity, i.e. ballot box stuffing, is par for the course when it comes to Patrick Brown's preferred roster of candidates. The fact that Gamari used to swing left of center, or perhaps still does, is indisputable based on her resume and public pronouncements.
Wait for this part.
But there's another side to Gamari, and it is downright disturbing. You see, until recently, Gamari apparently operated in social media circles under the alias of the Persian Cat. And while most of the posts attributed to the Persian Cat have been deleted, well, the internet is forever, and screen grabs prove that Gamari and the Persian Cat are one and the same.
So what he did is he took like my old, because before I went to law school, my Facebook account was the Persian Cat, and then I changed it to Goldie Gamari. But then they went and they found every single example of Persian Cat or the Persian Cat or any sort of like any like version of that nickname, and then they said that it's all me. So just wait for it. It gets better.
You see, the blog post username is listed as Goldie.
And then you know what's really messed up is that this post here, okay, Armin, this is like, so این برای جنبش سبز بود که اولین بار مثلا I put like my info there And I'm like, Iranian nation is welcome to join me. I want to go protest at the embassy in Ottawa. And I'm like, please bring your Shiro Khorshid lion and sun flags. So
wow.
So I'm telling you, so even like back in like 2011, 2012, I was fighting for a free Iran. I was like,
wow.
Bring your Shiro Khorshid flags, okay?
Wait, this is for the green revolution? The green So you were guys, this means this is evidence that Goldie was ahead of her time, because the Green Revolution did not have the lion and sun, as much as main, like that's a barandaz, that's a toppling regime symbol. And the Green movement was not about toppling the regime, it was about reform under the Islamic Republic. So this is evidence that Goldie was way ahead of her time, like when it comes to being anti-Islamic Republic, even compared to average Iranians. This is good evidence.
Okay. Well, it is. So then in this post, I'm like, we will show the regime we're not afraid of them, no matter where we're from, what religion we follow, what political affiliations we have. We're all one nation, and we all have the right to a free Iran where we can all practice our way of life free from prosecution. Come protest with me at the embassy of the Islamic Republic. So I'm literally posting like anti-Islamic regime, information. And then the rebel media uses this. They use this to try to like dox me, and then wait until like what they say about
blog post username is listed as Goldie. And while that might not be sufficient evidence to tie the latest PC candidate to the blog, Gameri also used her real name on event postings, but her email shows the Persian cat at hotmail.com. I reached out to Gameri to get her take and asked if the Persian cat was indeed her alias. After repeated requests,
I'm pretty sure there's thousands of people with the Persian cat.
So what did those posts actually say? Well, Gameri, who was born in Iran, doesn't seem to have a very tolerant view of Christianity. Check out this post under that alias of the Persian cat. Quote, Jesus was just another human like you and me. He died and became worm food. So get over it and stop advertising your religion. It's gay, end quote. Wow.
So they said that's me. And it's not even the Persian cat. It's just Persian cat.
Are they stupid?
Jesus is worm food. Christianity is gay. Golly, I wonder what the political fallout would be if one were to replace Jesus with Muhammad and Christianity with Islam.
I don't fucking care because I'm not Muslim. But you see how stupid they are? He's like,
They're so dumb.
Yeah, he's like, oh, like Goldie, what would happen if someone insulted your prophet Muhammad? And I'm like, what do you like? Do you see how like stupid these people are?
Golly, I wonder what the political fallout would be if one were to replace Jesus with Muhammad and Christianity with Islam. And would the PC party still be going to bat for Miss Gameri in such a scenario? Then we have more hilarity, such as the head of the Persian cat photoshopped onto the image of a militant.
What is this?
Shoulder-mounted rocket.
I don't know, but is that Persian, Armin? Is that Persian?
No.
That's Arabic.
Wait, min taco. What the hell? No, yeah.
I have no idea what this is, but this is Arabic.
Yeah. You could tell that it's Arabic because of the Hamza sign above the K sound.
Christianity
The
with
K
Islam.
letter.
Yeah.
And would the PC party still be going to bat for Miss Gameri in such a scenario? Then we have more hilarity, such as the head of the Persian cat photoshopped onto the image of a militant, complete with shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. The only English word is bitch. The rest of the copy is in Farsi. And how about this knee flapper? It's that lovable Persian cat again.
He thinks this is Farsi?
I sent him an email and I told him this isn't Farsi, this is Arabic. And he said, well, how do you know? And I said, because I speak and read Farsi, this is not Farsi, this is probably
because
Arabic.
It's not because I read Farsi. The only thing Farsi about this, by the way, is for some reason in Arabic, they have written Farsi at the top left. You see that? Al-Qat. So it's just Persian cat. Okay. In Arabic, it says Persian cat in Arabic, but it's in Arabic.
This word is bitch. The rest of the copy is in Farsi. And how about this knee slapper? It's that lovable Persian cat again, standing outside a commercial jetliner and apparently waving goodbye to the passengers inside the plane.
What a weird account.
There is regrettably so much more. Yet, what does the aspiring MPP for Carleton have to say about her previous conservative bashing statements and
So
all of these
dumb.
bizarre social media posts? Well, as I already told you, I reached out to Ms. Gameri with just two basic questions. Is she indeed the author of this content? And is she, or has she ever been, someone who operated under the alias of the Persian Cat? Here is her cryptic response verbatim. Quote, I have ignored and will continue to ignore these vile, defamatory, sexist, and unbelievably racist false
They
allegations
also doxed my.
that were
They
brought
also
to my
doxed
attention
my
last
email
year.
address, so I
They
have
are
to stop
beyond the
using
pale
that
and
email
not
address
worth
as
a
well.
moment of my time, end quote. But that statement is merely an assessment of the content, and for what it's worth, I agree
It's
with
so
Gameri
dumb.
that much of it is indeed vile, defamatory, sexist, and racist, but she does not deny authorship of these posts. And again, after being repeatedly asked, she will neither confirm nor deny if she operated under the alias of the Persian Cat. How odd is that? Even goofier, she would only agree to a telephone interview if it was conducted off the record.
So the reason, guys, the reason I wanted to do an off the record conversation with him is because this was back in 2017 and many of us were still afraid of like the regime, right? So the reason I wanted to have an off the record conversation with him is I was like, I wanted to explain to him what's going on because I was worried that if he puts this video out there about me with like my contact info where I'm like organizing an anti-Islamic Republic protest, that could put me at risk. It could put my family at risk.
Yeah.
It could put like my family in Iran back at risk, right? So that's why I wanted to have an off the record conversation because I was genuinely terrified. I was like, oh my gosh, like is this going to put my family in Iran at risk, right? And then he's like, oh, she would only agree to have a conversation if it's off the record. Oh, I wonder why that is.
Goofier.
Who is this
She would
idiot?
only agree to a telephone interview if it was conducted off the record, something that would be useless for our purposes at this stage. And what of the PC Party of Ontario? I reached out on.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Then he goes into like some other garbage, like jihadi.
We should find this guy and shame him for his idiotic reporting.
David, I don't even care. No, I don't even care about garbage rebel media. You know what? It's funny because everyone's afraid of like Ezra and like the rebel media. And I've called out Ezra on like X several times. I'm like, F off and keep like garbage rebel media away from me. Listen, I should have sued them back when I had the chance. I was told not to. I was told to focus on my political career. And it's fine because this video actually got me way more support because people who saw this video were actually really disgusted by this news article. So yeah, this is why like I don't like rebel media. I think they're garbage. But Armin, I find it's really funny that like my political career started out as like rebel media accusing me of being like a secret terrorist wanting to bring Sharia law to Ontario, all the way to like Islamophobia. So there you go.
They couldn't find a more Islamophobic person to accuse of being Islamic. Oh my God.
Know. So my favorite part was the cat. So now you know the Persian cat reference. Apparently I secretly run some like Arabic jihadi page on Facebook. So yeah. There you go.
Unbelievable.
All right.
Those militant cats. That was kind of funny.
Honestly. All right, Armin. I think that's it because there's no more news coming up. I think we've pretty much covered everything.
Okay.
No more videos unless there's something that you want to share, but
no, it's okay. I need to go do some other things. People are contacting me left and right, so I need to do that. All right, guys. Hey there. Hey there. No. Okay, no more hey there. We will replace hey there with I'm Israel Chai, Javid Shah.
Payande Iran. See you guys tomorrow.
See you guys tomorrow.
غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما تاریخ ما
کسی دگر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و با ما شهنگاه تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در آب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ایران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های ملی از بر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی ما با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق